Okay. Welcome, everybody. This is a session on digital identifiers, and it represents a launch of a research project that is being funded by the Internet Society Foundation and executed by the Internet Governance Project at Georgia Tech. And I want to begin by introducing Upasana, who is with the Internet Society Foundation, and she will introduce you to the foundation and the way they are supporting research.
Hello, everyone. Good morning to everyone present in Oslo, and good afternoon, good evening to all those joining virtually. Thank you all for gathering here to attend this session about launching this study on governing online identities. As you all know, that the fundamental of our digital interactions these days is essentially built on trust. And a lot of it is dependent on authenticating identity, and this involves several complex technical systems and governance arrangements that are constantly developed in order to assign, prove, and verify identity. And since these identity systems profoundly influence how transparent, secure, and trustworthy the internet can be, I don't think they should be viewed as merely technologies that run in the background, but as a fundamental instrument of public trust. At Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation, our vision is an internet for everyone. And we strongly believe that internet should be open, secure, safe, trustworthy, and community centered. Through our various grant programs at the Internet Society Foundation, we have been championing organizations and change makers who have been working towards this mission. And specifically through our research grant program, we encourage experimentation, innovation, and explorations that can help us deepen our understanding of the critical functions that keep the internet running, and also help ideate various solutions that can strengthen and safeguard the core principles of an open and trustworthy internet. So we've partnered with the Internet Governance Project at Georgia Tech to do exactly that. Uh, Digital identity system, despite the emerging lack of trust in today's digital world, happens to be an understudied area of internet governance, but it has deep implications for privacy, security, and trust in today's internet economy. And amidst this evolving geopolitical landscape, this study, which has been supported by the Internet Society Foundation's research grant, will examine how private actor led organizations and government agencies interact in the global governance landscape to deploy online identity. And our hope with this study is that it can enhance our understanding of the dynamics that are involved and what that means for the broader internet ecosystem. This study particularly looks at Web PKI, LEI, and RPKIs, which will be discussed in greater detail by the presenters today. And while these don't make like eyeball grabbing headlines, they are very critical in shaping some of the most foundational aspects of digital interactions today via trust and safety. Now, why should somebody care about the study, and how does it relate to internet governance? This study takes a closer look at identity regimes across different jurisdictional contexts, and it sheds lights on how the effects of these different policy options within these jurisdictions have implications on the global internet governance landscape. The insights from these different case studies can help us understand why some decisions were made, how they were made, how they were implemented, and perhaps what are some of the outcomes that they produce, which will eventually help us, especially key decision makers in governments and policy, public policy, make decisions on how to allocate resources around investment decisions, etc. Lastly, I would like to close off by saying that the future of internet governance it does not mean to be built solely on laws and regulations. It should be through open, multi-stakeholder models that truly reflect the public interest. And this study tries to go deep into the governance of online identities and does exactly that.
Thank you. Let's go back now to, by the way, that's Kareem Farhat up there. He's in the United States, and he's part of the project. So let me just begin by introducing the basic topic. You see these blobs on the left, and that kind of represents objects in cyberspace, which could be any number of things. It could be servers, it could be machines, it could be devices, it could be people. And in cyberspace, you simply do not know what these things are without some kind of a identification and authentication system. So we're studying that process, and we're looking at it. How do I change the slides like that? Next slide. Okay. So one of the important things about digital identifiers, and they could be, again, for anything, is that they require some kind of system of trust and authority. And the interesting thing about cyberspace is that it is changing the authority relationships in new ways. So where does the authority reside? Who can you trust when you're authenticating online identity? And so that is three different identifier systems that we have chosen to study. One of them is the RPKI, which is about trusting routing announcements. Another is about the WebPKI. And another is about legal entity identifiers, which is a new system of identifiers being developed by a new international organization. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about RPKI. We don't have a lot of time. Obviously, it's a very complex topic, but RPKI is a way of authenticating routing announcements, or actually authenticating who actually is the legitimate holder of an IP address block. And the regional internet registries issue certificates, digital certificates that allow you to authenticate this. And there's been some controversy about how quickly this is being implemented and how effective it is as a method of ensuring routing security. And so one of the things that interests us is the degree to which governments get involved in either requiring or using RPKI. And so one of the things we'll be looking at is a recent U.S. Federal Communications Commission proceeding in which the FCC for a while thought it was going to intervene and start requiring RPKI among internet service providers in the United States, and ultimately backed off and decided it didn't have the authority to do that. But that's one of these ways in which state authority is mixing with the private sector self-governance authority of the internet community, and so we're going to look at that closely. The eIDAS is another area in which we will be looking closely at an intersection of government power and internet community self-governance. This is the web authentication process, and recently the European Commission tried to intervene in this by saying, we're going to create a European system of digital certificates, and we will decide who you can trust. And they clashed with the existing platform-based trust hierarchy, primarily centered in the browser manufacturers, that is to say Google, Apple, Microsoft, and so on. And there was a kind of a big political clash over that. And so we're going to be looking at that controversy in detail. And now I'm going to turn it over to, we don't have time to go into all this, organizational identity. I'll turn it over to Vagasha Srivastava, who is a PhD student at Georgia Tech, and she's handling a part of the research on legal identity identifiers.
I and Kareem, my colleague who's online, we are looking at the legal entity identifiers, which is kind of a unique choice in our study because this is one of those organizational entity that was not created by the technical community bottoms up, but it was a top-down approach created by the FSB, the Financial Standards Board, in the G20. So one of the problems that led to the creation of this was identified post-financial crisis, where a lack of transparency and verification needed for financial entities was missing. So there was a asymmetric information problem that led to a market failure, where especially for cross-border transactions, verification and authentication was very, very difficult. So can we move the slides? Yeah. So G20, between 2008 to 2012, G20 convened and they decided that we need an entity identifier norm and regulation, which led to the creation of GLIFE. We can go to the next slide. And LEIs basically fill that gap. They provide a standardization requirement for financial entities so that they can be verified, which goes through a list of procedures and check, and then they can participate in local transactions and also cross-border transactions. It's mandatory for cross-border transactions, but not so much for if you want to make domestic, transactions. So they did improve transparency and risk mechanisms. But one of the, so you can see the FSB led to RAC, which led to the creation of GLIFE, which is like a non-profit entity that then leads to the creation of local operating units that issue LEIs in domestic markets. Can you go to the next slide? The current status remains that the uptake is huge, one, because it's compulsory for any entity that wants to participate in cross-border transaction. But one of the problems that we observed was that there's a lot of lapse certificate, which basically means that these financial organizations don't have the incentive to keep on renewing, which means that the information that is associated with these identities gets lapsed and therefore it's not current, which then leads to a problem, which is which we began with, that you cannot verify or authenticate these entities with credible information. So LEIs in our cases, and I'll stop just here, which is LEIs in our case reveal something very important, which is global standards need not just regulatory pressure, but user incentives and infrastructural integration for them to keep on going, and that's what we are focusing on within this study. Yep.
Okay. So next, we want to bring up Ben Akinmoye from Nigeria. Ben is not a researcher for us, but he is somebody involved in ICANN from the standpoint of Africa. And so he's been working with digital identifier policy. Ben, can you talk about your perspective on this for about 5 minutes?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can we bring his picture up on the screen, or is he not showing video?
Okay.
There we go. Okay, we got you.
Yes. Is it possible for me to share my slide? I have a more updated slide, if you don't mind. But
I don't know whether the yes, they say you can share your slides.
okay, thank you. Do you see my screen?
No, we just see you, which is perfectly fine. You look great. So
thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to have me here. So, I'm going to be talking about the relevance of digital identifier and the governance around it from the perspective of Global South and from someone living in Africa. So the space is really dynamic because of the enormous innovation going on primarily for inclusion, access to services, and all of that. And in order to understand what is happening, we, at least I know that on the continent, statistics shows that over 500 million people um, are yet to have some form of verifiable identity, legal IDs that they can build access to. So from that perspective, and then there's this huge push for everybody to go online, and there's so much technology optimism, so there has been interesting projects on the continent. First of, when you look out some form of research around this, you are going to find that World Bank has a big project going on, ID for identification for development, and it has like 49 countries already on board, and Rwanda and Nigeria are participants of this, and they're really going hard at this and getting more individuals registered, providing the guidelines so that we can have credible identifications that can work online as well. Then there's this project, ID for Africa. This really goes across the continent, getting different national organizations responsible for either national identifiers like identification schemes to be on board. Then also African Union has their digital transformation strategy. And foundational to this is the identifications, legal identification across different countries. So they give like a roadmap. Also regionally, like ECOWAS, you find something like national biometric ID cards. So all of this, I'm just trying to show you how very rapidly moving these things are. Then on top of this, and you can see the motivation for this is because AFICTA, which is Africa Free Trade Agreement, is hoping to build essentially on digital innovations and how can we do trade across the continent. But the major concern is interoperability of this framework, because different countries talking to different vendors, different um, to get the identifiers. So for Nigeria, it has been a dynamic. So that's where I can at least talk a little bit because that is my country. So there's the National Identification Management, NIMSI, very big, and they are quite achieving a lot. So I also have that number, it's National Identity Number. Just like the previous speaker said, participants must be motivated. But in this case, you can't be, because of various things like security challenges, fraud, and all of that, you are mandated for you to have a bank account to mandatorily register for the national identification number. You must have it. Even to have a phone, to have a SIM card, you must have these numbers. On top of that, for you to have a bank account, you need to have bank verification card. And you can see that over 64 million people as of January 2025 have been registered. So all of this is important and different. So for you to function, you need to have these numbers. But more interestingly, lately, is that the Nigerian government, through the Minister of ICT, just recently talked about digital public infrastructure. This is now bringing everything together. And so there's a framework. I'm going to try and round up quickly. So this is the framework. And if there's anything I'm trying to say in all of this, is that there are multiple players and there's several incentives for them to participate and to make sure, because of the money involved and the various innovation built on this. So now we are beginning to have something called digital identity ecosystems, which is now pulling more things together. And as they build for what's it called now, technology innovation, to have things happen online. Everybody's being told to go online to do everything, examination online and all of that. So different things are coming up, even bigger than the banks. So what are the concerns for people right now is around privacy. There have been some issues. We have the Privacy Act, cybersecurity laws and all of that. And government surveillance is also huge. In order to understand the dynamic that is playing out, it's just going to keep progressively having more people go online, having different identifiers that can be used. But these are the interesting things we are beginning to see now. Recently, Lagos State, which is the biggest state in terms of economy, just awarded a contract to a UK-based company to manage the health medical records, create a new identifier or patient record. So that's that. Earlier this year also, there was a big Ponzi scheme where a lot of people fall victims and they can't trace the source of these, the guys who run these systems. So all of this is happening. And I think last month, the government said they use AI to identify poor people. So you are wondering which identifier did they use? So all of this going from generally from having ID cards and this ID card actively becoming online digital tools. I'm sure very soon we're going to be seeing things that would identify you either from your IP address and things like that. And I'm sure they're already doing it one way or the other, but it's a really dynamic space. And what everyone is asking for is how to make all these interoperate and give so that we use one rather than using multiple layers of this. So this is what I think is happening right now, and it has great implication for individuals' economic survival. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go back here to our slides, and now we're going to open it up for a Q&A, and apparently we have an online question. Kareem, can you read the question?
I believe Michael is online. He may be able to chime in directly.
Oh, I'm sure he will chime. Go ahead, Michael. Keep it short because we're literally going to get kicked out of here in 4 minutes.
Oh, could the organizer...
There you go. Thank you. Michael Plage for the record. I will keep this quick, Milton. 3 points regarding the LEIs. ALAC did a presentation at Puerto Rico where Carla McKenna, who heads Glyph USA, she actually spoke and gave an in-depth presentation on both LEIs and VLEIs. So that is something where I think your group may want to start some of the research. The second point that I wanted to talk about that I think is very unique about Glyph, the speaker talked about it being top-down, and it is correct about the original formation. But one of the things that is very unique about Glyph, and Carla, in addition to heading Glyph USA, is also in charge of standards. So most of the work that Glyph has done from a technical standpoint has actually been through technical standards bodies. So I think that's something that is important and should be noted. The one other final comment I just wanted to make real quick, there was talk about the LEIs. So although an LOU will issue an LEI, when that is issued, it is only issued once to that company. Unlike in the domain name system where there's drop catching and people coming back, an LEI once issued can never be issued to any other organization. And if that company does not pay its renewal fees, they have the ability to get recertified and then activate that status, all of which is available from the public database. So I really think Glyph and LEIs and VLEIs is an excellent resource for you to study for this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And yeah, we will, of course, interact with Glyph and its principles, but they are the object of study, not so much the studiers here. So we will be taking an independent perspective on what they do. So let me just wrap up here. Are there any other questions from the floor here? Anybody? All right, so let me just wrap up again. The interesting thing here is that in order to scale in cyberspace, trust and authority in some sense have to be automated, turned into machine-driven algorithms and decision-making. And that means that identifier systems are critical to that. These identifier systems are not unified or integrated across all dimensions, including especially the personal. And so when we speak of online identity, sometimes we are laboring under the assumption that there's going to be one identifier that does anything or everything and anything. And I think what we're learning right off the bat is that different identifier systems are created for different purposes. And while in some ways this is messy, in other ways it really does distribute power and allow for more technical diversity and innovation than if you tried to integrate everything into one bit. So we're in our last 30 seconds here. I really appreciate your attention. Again, this is just the launch of the research project. It really started a few months ago. And we will be doing detailed looks at all three of those identifier systems and trying to understand the underlying political economy of these identifier systems in the context of global authority struggles over cyberspace. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining this session and choosing to spend this morning creatively on the societal problems. My name is Lucia, and I'm from Innovation Agency in Lithuania. This session is organized for you by us together with the Norwegian Agency for Public and Financial Management. So today we're gonna explore how technologies can help us understand public and societal challenges better. This time we took a bit different road from what we usually do. So usually we think of technologies as a solution to the problem, and this time we try to explore how technological perspective can enrich the understanding of problem itself. And for those of you who are working on societal challenges, you probably know that understanding a problem well is the key part of solving it. So I want to start by inviting two representatives of Lithuania and also Norway to give welcoming speeches, and then we will move to a more interactive session and invite you all share your thoughts and insights. So firstly, I would like to invite Lina Viltraitienė to the stage. Lina is Lithuania's ambassador for digital and technological diplomacy. Lina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lucia, and good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure indeed to welcome you to this session on tech-driven solutions to societal challenges. No doubt, complex challenges in today's world require innovative and out-of-the-box thinking and solutions. So particularly the public sector needs to improve efficiency, enhance services, foster transparency. For this to happen, it is crucial to adopt new technologies and processes and to equip employees with skills. I am glad to open this session where there will be a possibility to learn from the experiences of two countries, and in particular from experience of Lithuania. As in recent years, my country, Lithuania, has emerged as a European leader in digital governance. Let me share a few ratings. We rank 6th in the European Commission's 2024 e-government benchmark. We are 8th in the World Bank's GovTech Maturity Index, reflecting our strong public sector digital transformation. And we are 10th in the OECD Our Data Index, recognizing our leadership in open, useful, and reusable data. At the heart of this transformation, it is an award-winning GovTech Lab Lithuania. It's a team in the Innovation Agency Lithuania that connects government institutions with startups and innovators to co-create solutions. GovTech Lab has proved to be an indispensable point of contact when public sector organizations are eager to innovate. Through GovTech Challenges series, over 100 real-world public sector challenges were solved. For example, in one city in Lithuania, Šiauliai, a startup developed an urban monitoring tool that helps the city assess and manage public maintenance work more effectively. our communication regulatory authority partnered with a startup to build an AI tool for detecting illegal online content. And it scanned over 288,000 websites, flagged violations, and even led to criminal investigations. In education, a collaboration between a school and a tech company produced a student achievement tracking tool that saves teachers time and helps tailor inventions. These are not just pilot projects. They are scalable, impactful solutions that improve lives and saves times and also build trust in government. It's important to say that 70% of our institutions continue using or scaling the solutions after the program ends. What sets Lithuania apart is the culture of experimentation and collaboration. We have a vibrant GovTech ecosystem, host international conferences, and also help other countries launch their own GovTech labs. And I am happy to say that we have in our delegation people who can share all this experience from innovation agency, but also a company, NRD companies that really cooperate closely with other countries to build their GovTech labs. And today I am also pleased to invite you to save the date for our annual GovTech Leader Conference being held on 23rd of October in Vilnius. This year's topic is GovTech Dilemmas. And indeed, digital governance is a battleground where nations must balance sovereignty and cybersecurity on one hand, and interoperability and open innovation on the other. The rise of AI-driven disinformation, cyber warfare, and global tech decoupling deepens these dilemmas. So in this conference, there will be an opportunity to explore how governments can navigate these challenges, ensuring resilience, national security, and public trust. Let's innovate not just for efficiency, but for equity, resilience, and trust. And let's see GovTech not as a niche, but as a powerful engine for societal progress. So I wish you to have a very fruitful and inspiring workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lina, so much for sharing a bit about Lithuanian achievements in the digital and GovTech space. I think these achievements wouldn't be possible without openness and ability to cooperate. And speaking about cooperation, actually, we met this workshop partners, DFO, during Lithuanian's public sector representatives' visit in Norway, where DFO was really open and shared their experience in the innovative public procurement. And we are really grateful for that. And I think it helps us to strengthen as a whole. So with that, I really want to invite Dag Stramston, Norwegian's Chief Public Procurement Officer, to give his welcoming speech.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot for the invitation to participate on this important event. I'm very happy on behalf of Norway to give a welcoming remark from the Agency for Public and Financial Management. I think that the program description is very good, talking about the rapid advancement of technology, rising public expectation for effective services, and ever-expanding pool of data. Governments around the world are pressured to tackle complex societal issues with innovative solutions. This is a huge challenge, and I think all countries in the Western world are struggling with this challenge. We've seen this in the OECD community, that we are facing these challenges in different ways. From my point of view, I think it's very important to emphasize how the procurement function are approaching this challenge. The key point, from my point of view, is to how do we open our challenges to the market? How do public sector authorities approach the market to get the best result of the suppliers? It's a huge challenge, and we need to focus that we going to get the results from a huge variety of suppliers, from the startups and the very, very small suppliers to the huge tech companies. Some keywords about how to work with the startups. I think we have seen from our practice, we have had a project called Startoff that we actually got a European winning prize for 2 years ago. But approaching the startups represents some key challenges for the public sector. There's a lack of time and resources. We see there's a lack of innovation, knowledge and competence. And we also see there's a lack of leadership involvement in how are going to approach this market. I think if you're going to work with these startups that often are small, they don't have a lot of resources, you need to make it simple, predictable, and fast. I think that is really, really important for these types of suppliers. I think our experience is that both the public sector that are going to buy these solutions and the startups need to have help and support throughout the procurement process. I think it's important to create a good framework for trust and cooperation, and we also need to develop a sort of respect for each other. I think a public sector buyer and a gründer, they have a very different approach. The gründer, he doesn't know if he have a salary in 2 months. A public sector buyer knows he have a permanent contract in an agency, and these two cultures, these two approaches are going to meet in a cooperation that we really, really need to work hard to establish. It's important to know that the effects take times, the processes take times. You don't see the results right away. You need to be patient. I think this procurement process that is documented both by us in Startoff and the GovTech lab in Lithuania shows that. But I think it's also important to keep in mind that we could get much more innovation from the huge suppliers like Capgemini, IBM, Accenture, and these types of companies. I think it's important to keep in mind that the public sector buyer does not have the solution in his head. I think we also need to open the process for the experiences that the big suppliers has made, maybe in other parts of the world. So I think it's very important to just to focus on your need and then use the creativity from the supplier to develop the good solutions. So then we need to do market sounding. We need to be aware of our needs. We need to formulate that in a way that the suppliers could transfer this into some good systems. And it's really important to take the big companies' experiences into the account and open the procurement process to that. So we need to include all the potential good ideas in the market in a good way. The third challenge I would like to mention is that the problem we actually are facing are not following the bureaucratic structure. In Norway, we have 90 ministries, and I think the projects that fits into one ministry is well taken care of. But if there are more cross-governmental challenges, we need to cooperate. You maybe need to cooperate with local governments. You need to cooperate with the municipalities. You need to cooperate with private sector, and you need to maybe to cooperate with NGOs. Our bureaucratic structures are not made, and we are struggling to make the good cooperation in these more mission-oriented challenges. So it's important to understand and learn from these experiences, and we need to work across the world to learn what is working and what is not working that well. But my key point is that we need to be creative in the way we are approaching the market. I really hope that this workshop can inspire to see the opportunities in using technologies in new ways and establish a good cooperation with the market. We will not succeed unless we are facing this challenge. I wish you a great workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dag, for sharing your thoughts. Definitely cooperation, moving through silos and building mutual trust is key to making impactful digital transformation and building strong economies through the power of GovTech. Now we're gonna move to more interactive part, the workshop part. People who are joining on Zoom can also scan the code and work together with us. This part is going to be moderated by my colleague Davila with the help of our DFO colleagues Magne and Matthias. So Davila is here on the side and we can start.
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me. Yes, okay, I see the people nodding. Super excited to be here, to see you all in our workshop. Now I will introduce very briefly what will happen, but at first you need to group yourselves because it will be some group work. How it will happen? You need to look for paper sheets like this. It might be even behind you. So now it's time to very quickly find these tables with paper sheets. Leave your computers behind, leave all your belongings behind. Just look for the paper sheets like this with some more material. We are expecting to see 6, 7 groups. Just turn your chairs, around, and just make some round tables for now. I see that it's happening. Good. And for those who are online, we really want you to scan the code, and you will find this working material in Miro board. So you need to register there. Now I see the groups are there. Okay. So what is happening now? We will have a very short workshop. It will be a little bit rushed, but it's good to be rushed in the morning. It will be like training for your brains, preparation for an entire day. So it will consist of 3 steps. Please follow instructions, which I will be giving to you. There are not so many. It must be a bit. We hope it will be very intuitive. It will be group work, some individual work, and group work again. basic rules for this session are co-creation. So really, co-creation requires listening to each other. So we want you to listen to each other. At some point, you will have to take off headphones in order to be able to communicate. But then I will show you signs so you can hear me again, and you will have to put headphones. I really encourage you to think that there are no wrong answers and no wrong questions here, because it's really co-creation session, very, very short. But that's the approach we want you to have. And you also see some post-it notes or like small colorful paper sheets. So please make sure that you write one idea on one post-it. And now it's not a good time to be sustainable, because later we will be grouping these ideas. So it's really important to have one idea, one concept in one post-it note separately. That's basically the rules. Let's move. So we will have, as I said, 3 steps. First of all, you will have to be to familiarize with a public sector challenge, and the challenges are printed out on these paper sheets. My colleagues will help you if you cannot find. And we pointed the challenge you cannot choose. We already chose for you the challenge we want you to focus. You will have now 10 minutes to read the challenge and talk a little bit about it, what you know. The main question for you to, while reading, is to understand where is the real problem. Okay? So you will have 10 minutes to read the challenge and discuss a little bit in the group how you understand, and maybe exchange ideas how you see where is the real challenge. The time starts now. Okay, now it's time to maybe you can ask. Okay. Please put the headphones. I see that people are coming back to to give attention to me a little bit. We already have a feeling that you started, instead of discussing problem, thinking of solutions. That's very natural. And now we are moving actually to that part of the workshop. Oh, oh, okay. It will be a little bit less time for this part, and you will have to work a little bit, like for 10 minutes individually. On the tables, you see technology cards. You see these cards with blue color. Now it's time to randomly pick 3 cards for each participant. 3 cards for each participant, randomly. On this tech card, you will see technology and an example how it was used by a public sector institution. Can you share cards already? Start reading through. And what will happen now? So you have to read the text about the technology and produce at least 3 ideas stemming from the technologies that you randomly picked, which would be show the possible solution of the challenge you were discussing. Familiarize with technology and think of how it could be used for solution of the challenge that you were discussing in the group. This has to be done individually, so not too much sharing in this part, sorry, but we really want you to think individually, a little bit from the technological perspective. Okay? So at least 3 different ideas. It doesn't have to be like real solution, but more like of idea of how this technology could be used to tackle this challenge. Time starts now, 10 minutes again. As I said, we will be rushed a little bit.
They helped a lot in organizing.
Because now we just really need to discuss. Okay, now we already see some discussions happening. Please. Um, you already moved very intuitively to the third part of our workshop. Now it's the time to present the ideas you had from reading about the technologies, different examples, and discuss in the groups what you actually produced. I saw. Now it's time to discuss actually. Try to merge ideas, try to discuss why some technologies maybe couldn't be used in your opinion and so on and so on. You will have 10 minutes for this discussion, and after that we will want you to actually give us reflections of how you feel after this exercise. So last 10 minutes to share in the group the ideas you produced, the insights you got, and the most important question here is to discuss how your perception of maybe challenge itself changed. 10 more minutes, and then we will be very much pleased to hear from you. Again, thank you very much for this these discussions which are happening. Now it's time to really, as I said, to move to the reflection session. Our time is running very fast, and now we would like to hear from you. And we have three questions for the discussion, and we really encourage you to get the microphone which Magne is can bring to you, and try to answer what have we learned from this exercise. Maybe you would like to reflect. Maybe you can reflect on certain technologies which you discussed maybe more deeply, and maybe I heard in some groups you discuss some nuances. Maybe you build some arguments why not to use technologies. It would be great to hear from you now. So who wants to just raise your hands, and we will bring a microphone for you to be heard. Who wants to be first? Just sharing what was happening at your table and reflecting what you've learned from this.
And just quickly say what challenge you've been working on.
How do we turn this on? Okay. Yes, okay. So we were the first group. We had the first challenge, which was focused on the exclusion of marginalized voices in digital service co-creation. And I believe one thing to observe is that first we saw it as a very, very complicated challenge. There was a lot of statistics and data, and overall marginalization of people is a very multifaceted issue, whether you are rural, low income, or overall not digitally fully able person. So the key challenge that we saw is how do we include more of voices of people who are not as active in digital spaces in, for example, policies and institutional feedback loops. So that is the focus of the challenge. And I believe at the beginning we did not see how the technology would contribute significantly to solving these challenges, because we had a lot of, for example, from my case, it was process mining, quantum computing, or agentic AI. But then after discussing together with the colleagues, we started discussing maybe, these. It's a multifaceted issue, so maybe we need to see how these technologies like quantum computing or process mining can first of all help overall public service employees to deal with their issues more that do not necessarily require human interaction, so then they would have more time to engage actually with their constituents or the citizens. And then, for example, certain aspects like agentic AI could act as something what we in Lithuania call proactive public services, where the government could reach out to you and basically identify that you are entitled to certain public services, whether it's a renewal of your passport or social benefits or some other aspects. Maybe colleagues would like to contribute?
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, the topic of inclusion of the marginalized voice in terms of bringing those individuals that are not opportuned to access to the digital platforms, and part of the conversations that we've had involved so in different rural areas, different locations, people finding difficult to actually access those digital platforms, and part of the solutions that we looked at is trying to look for diverse channels to actually take digital solutions to people. There are some persons that can actually read and write, but they can speak. How do you get those people involved? And people that can that can speak fluently with their language, their local language, and can speak the general language everybody's speaking. How do you get those people involved? So building solutions that are tailored to what people are actually used to is something that that is worth diving into. And I know machine learning can also get improved by those kind of systems. And another thing is in building machine learning and in building solutions, how do you bring in professionals that actually knowledge in terms of giving you ideas, in terms of giving you professional inputs in building solutions. So for example, you're trying to build a mental health solution that is tailored to people that have a mental problem. How do you bring in mental health professionals to actually give you solutions or to actually give you tips on how to actually tailor your decision making in terms of the solution you are building for people. So those kind of solutions are actually what is actually required and needed.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, for this group, for being thirsty and for your comments. It's very nice to hear that you wouldn't jump to a technological solution, but look into context more. This is what we also preach in GovTech Lab. Maybe we have some more comments. It's still time for a few more ideas or comments, please. Okay.
So we had a challenge with people with disabilities doing payments, and we had several approaches to that. So I think the first one is getting the data, what is happening and what was the precedent on payments, actual transactions. So that would be the big data technical solution from banking, from governmental services. And then that would lead to machine learning algorithms bringing insights to what are the trends and what are often the mistakes people have and the problems they might face while paying. And that would identify the risks, and that would hopefully lead us to the solutions, one of which was use of agentic AI and tailoring the data into the algorithm, into the model of AI that would have a personalized solution based on the condition of the person on his use cases. To pay safely, to pay reliably, and as well to meet his budget, because the conditions are very, very different across people. And one of the things that as well we would have the medical component, let's say the wearables that would bring more medical data. Let's say, is it the stress level elevated by because of the heart rate being elevated, because the situation that stays very stressful, that the person is anxious for some reason, and that would bring more components to the solution. And then as well, there's other things that, let's say, in the digital space, it could be metaverse. If it's completely online, we would have more control. Let's say if it's online to do the payments of some digital transactions. And some people are very visual, let's say, which maybe not so into social interactions, but very visual. So metaverse could help online, or it could be augmented reality and in real life. Let's say they would have certain visual guidances to help them to connect with people more safely. So that is one of the solutions. But the nuance we found as well, that the person has very limited possibility to decide on himself how much to spend, what do things cost, and then who has the say in that. So is it the government, is it the bank, is it his medical professional? So that is an ethical thing that has to be decided, and it's I think a very, very thin line where is the right and wrong in this.
Thank you everyone for joining this session. Please meet us. Okay, please meet us. Come to our stand where we are this day and days, upcoming days, and discuss with us more. Thank you very much for participation.
No. Ja, 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 ja. To. Ja, ja. Ja da, jeg prøver å prate, jeg driver og skriver mail og... Ja. Ja, 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 ja. Ja, 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 ja. Ja, helt...
Da prater vi mikk nummer 1, spennerne. 1, 2, 3. Og så det nummer 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3. Nummer 3. 3, 3, 3. Og nummer 4. 4, 4, 4. Nummer 5. 5, 5, 5. Nummer 6. Nummer 6, nummer 6. Og så kommer vår nye mikrofon nummer 7, nummer 7. Og så har du den fantastiske podiemikken her på siden. Men du kan jo bare se at det riktig fortsatt der. At vi ikke har fucket opp noen patching eller noen ting. Ja. Dette nummer 1. Mikk nummer 1. 111.
Det du som har låst den, eller?
To.
Recording in progress. It's okay. You can speak. Good afternoon. Did you hear me? Hello? You should go to channel number 1. Workshop 1 is a channel 1. Donc vous allez au canal numéro 1. Good afternoon. Welcome to this session focused on the Global Digital Compact. How African country can take profit from the implementation to the 5 objectives of the Global Digital Compact. As you know, United Nations adopted, UN General Assembly adopted in last September the Global Digital Compact. The Global Digital Compact have 5 objectives. First, connectivity. Second, inclusion. Third, data governance. For cybersecurity and AI, artificial intelligence. And our discussion today is how African country, given the challenge we are facing, can implement the 5 objectives of the Global Digital Compact. We already have the African Digital Strategy, Transformation Strategy 2020-2030. We have also the WISIS process and all framework across the continent. We don't want just to come to discuss what's happened in any country in Africa. We need, at the end of this session, to come up with a collaborative approach, collaborative project between the country we have here at this panel. Today, we have the Honorable Minister of Lesotho, one issue of my Honorable Morozi, Minister of Information, Communication, Science and Technology and Innovation of Lesotho. We have also Honorable Ismail Cisse, Minister of Information, Broadcasting of the Gambia. We have also the Honorable Minister of Chad, is not yet here. I have also Madame Fatou Blondin Diop, former Minister of ICT of Senegal and Chair of the Senegal Universal Fund. And for the private sector, I have also Mr. Osam El Gami, CEO of ICANN. And you have also the Director General of Smart Africa. I think everybody knows Smart Africa at the continental level, Mr. Lassina Kone. Let me start now by the Honorable Minister of Communication and Information, Science, Technology and Innovation of Lesotho. Honorable Minister, we have seen a lot of progress made by the government of Lesotho in terms of implementation of digital strategy and the usage of technology for sustainable development. How can the WISIS Plus 20 review effectively align with these 5 objectives of the Global Digital Compact in order to avoid duplication, also to promote policy coherence between all frameworks across the country and across the continent, and also to overcome several challenges we are facing at the country level, like connectivity, affordability, and digital literacy, among others. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this very important discussion, I must say. I think going forward, OASIS has to look into this issue of duplication. Just this afternoon, I was asking somebody, I think it's Smart Africa this morning, when I asked him, do you ever take time as different entities and organizations to sit down and see where at that level you are duplicating, where there are similarities of activities that you do, programs that you do, and he did admit that indeed there is some duplication to some extent. I think that would be the starting point where we see the UN being deliberate to bring everyone together and see where the duplications are and eliminate the duplications. And whatever savings that we can realize then would be put into the projects, like the one you're proposing, where we have a project that is driving connectivity in the world and in Africa, if I may be allowed to talk for Africa specifically. I think the biggest gaps, as we say all the time, is the issue of accessibility, usability, the e-commerce, and e-government. I think if WASIS can take the issue of e-government as a standard that is set for every country to oblige with, it is the starting point which I think will see us through. Most of our countries are not yet giving services digitally. There are still long queues, there are still long walks, there are still long, heavy payments to be made for taxis and transport to get to services. So if we can get to a point where WASIS drives e-government, I think that would be one of the biggest wins for us. I don't know if I'm allowed to say all of them now or I can come back later.
Please.
Okay, another issue is the issue of integration. I think the call for integration is now. We need to integrate Africa. We need to integrate the world. We need to get to a point where the software that is being developed is put on an open source, as an open source model. We need to share infrastructure more. Yesterday I talked a bit about the introduction of satellite. How much of it is it going to be shared? Or is it going to be satellite per country? Or is it going to be per region? So things like that can see us saving a lot of costs if we can integrate and share costs on infrastructure. The high cost of data, it's the biggest concern for us in Africa. I think we need to be deliberate, bring private sector into a room and talk about the price of data, how it can be reduced. Talk about the price of smart devices, how we can reduce the price for smart devices, or whether we need to build capacity to manufacture some of those smart devices in Africa. I think we need a different policy framework guided by WASIS to take cognizant of, to be cognizant of modern technologies and the changes that come with it. And as you said, Your Excellency, I think the issue of having deliberate projects that move us from point A to point B, this is what we need to do. We need to get to a point where we have programs and projects that move us from point A to point B. So what I need to see is to see IGF and WASIS being platforms of accountability where countries come and account and say, this is what I was supposed to do, I couldn't do it, or this is the target that we set for ourselves and we've been able to deliver. And to get the leaders to also sort of sign into those mandates, sign into those targets so that we can all account and be held accountable by our societies.
Thank you so much for your guidance. I think it's very well understood. And you give us a lot of guidance on how we can put in place this strategy, how we can overcome to the digital skills, the issue of connectivity. Also, we have to work together and also to have an accountability framework for IGF, WASIS, and other framework across national level and regional level. Now let me move to the Minister of Chad. Mr. Michel, Ministre de Télécommunications et de l'économie numérique. Vous avez entendu les lignes directives de l'honorable ministre du Lesotho. À la lumière du pacte numérique mondial, quel exemple de politique et stratégie concrète les pays africains peuvent-ils mettre en œuvre pour tirer pleinement profit de la transformation structurelle offerte par les technologies de l'information et de la communication, à travers des exemples précis?
Ok. C'est déjà allumé.
C'est bon déjà. Allez-y, vous allez.
Bon, ben, merci beaucoup. Merci, chers panélistes et chers participants au sommet de la gouvernance Internet. Je n'ai pas eu l'occasion de remercier d'abord le gouvernement norvégien pour l'occasion qu'ils nous ont offerte pour enfin se focaliser sur la thématique auquel vous venez de nous en proposer. Et je dis merci à au gouvernement norvégien. Et puis à ma gauche, le PDG de Smart Africa qui est tout le temps avec nous pour nous accompagner, les pays africains dans la bonne gouvernance de l'Internet. En fait, la gouvernance de l'Internet en Afrique est un espace crucial pour le dialogue inclusif réunissant les parties prenantes. Et comme a dit la ministre de Lesotho, il nous faut passer par des thématiques beaucoup plus ciblées. Premièrement, pour des cas pratiques, il faut une importance de la coopération pour l'évaluation de l'IGF en Afrique. Comment le faire? Premièrement, il faut le renforcement des synergies régionales. Avec le cas pratique, le forum de gouvernance de l'Internet en Afrique francophone, qui est une plateforme régionale qui regroupe des acteurs de plusieurs pays francophones en Afrique. Et à travers cette thématique, on peut citer des exemples probants pour le cas qui est partagé entre les expériences entre la Côte d'Ivoire et le Sénégal qui ont conjointement développé, je vais dire, des guides assez intéressants sur ce fait. Le partage d'expériences, des bonnes pratiques sur le Burkina Faso, qui met en place une évaluation participative. Et ce à quoi nous pensons que mon pays, le Tchad, qui, sur ses propres fonds, ses propres initiatives, a pu déjà construire à peu près 6000 km de fibres optiques, que c'est pour faire en sorte qu'on puisse atteindre l'Internet à tous les horizons. Le Tchad fait 1 284 000 km², c'est très vaste. Et donc, il nous faut toute une panoplie de la gouvernance sur l'Internet qui permettra à ce qu'on puisse avoir un pacte numérique avec les parties prenantes. Il faut des partages d'expériences. Il faut également faire en sorte que ceux qui utilisent l'Internet comme un luxe, que cela ne soit pas un luxe pour d'autres pays comme le Tchad. Et pour le cas pratique, nous en tirons le déploiement massif des fibres optiques que je venais de dire tout à l'heure. Sur le projet de PND qui va se passer bientôt à Dubaï, nous avons un programme qui s'articule de 2020 jusqu'à 2030. Les mécanismes de financement que nous pouvons le faire, c'est à travers les structures qui nous accompagnent, ADETIC, l'ARCEP, qui sont en charge de construire toutes ces choses-là. Vous avez le Rwanda, par exemple, le cas pratique du Rwanda, sur le backbone des infrastructures que le Rwanda a construit. Le Kenya à travers le Safaricom et le déploiement de la 4G, qui sont des cas qui sont déjà assez intéressants. Et la stratégie de mise en œuvre mondiale va de renforcement de partenariats public-privé. Aujourd'hui, la société civile joue un rôle assez important et donc il est question de les impliquer. Le financement mixte est associé aux fonds publics, banques et développement, investisseurs privés et des fonds d'impact social adaptés aux réalités. Le partage des infrastructures entre les opérateurs pour réduire le coût et accélérer la couverture. Encourager aux initiatives communautaires et locales notamment pour desservir les zones les plus éloignées. Le renforcement de compétences numériques et inclusives digitales. Dans ce cas, il faut des cas pratiques qu'on peut les inciter sur ce que je venais de vous dire. En partenariat des ONG, la formation numérique. Au Tchad, nous avons impliqué toute la société civile pour garantir un accès d'Internet à tous les niveaux. Et vous avez dû constater que la délégation tchadienne massivement venue, composée de la société civile, parce qu'ils jouent un rôle important pour que nous puissions mettre en place quelque chose de solide. Le cas pratique, c'est la formation. En Tunisie, il y a Digital Tunisia en 2020. Ils ont mis en place quelque chose de solide. Au Kenya, il y a le coaching bonding qui va dans cette stratégie. La stratégie de mise en œuvre mondiale, c'est ça qui est important. C'est l'intégration de compétences numériques dans le curriculum scolaire et la formation professionnelle. Il y a le programme ciblé pour le groupe marginalisé, les femmes, les ruraux, les handicapés, avec un appui matériel et financier.
Merci beaucoup.
Et donc, c'est toutes ces choses-là qu'il faut essayer de mettre ça en exergue.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for sharing several examples across the continent in terms of capacity building, sharing infrastructure between some African country, also some service service sharing between also this country. I think it is a very good example to show how we can use this technology and how we can work together to collaborate between African country to make sure we can bridge several challenges in the continent. Now let me go back to West Africa. I'm going to West Africa also. I think we talk about a lot of things about misinformation, disinformation. It is a key challenge, not only for Gambia, but for all African countries and across the world also, with the development of this social media. And early in 2025, the Gambia Ministry of Information, in collaboration with Wave Gambia, launched a national campaign to combat this misinformation and disinformation. The Gambia brought strategic priority and institutional action to counter online falsehood, and particularly in safeguarding electoral integrity. Can you talk a little bit about on this strategy implemented by Gambia and how this experience can be benefit for other African country or can be duplicated in other African country?
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister Ismaila Cisse.
Thank you for giving me the platform to discuss this very crucial phenomenon or phenomena if we consider both misinformation and disinformation. I think it is one of the greatest threats to our coexistence and stability as countries in not only in Africa but also around the world. I think you would all agree with me that misinformation and disinformation are not new phenomena. They are perennial. They've been here a while ago. What has changed is the speed at which now they are spread. That is why we believe that the proliferation of digital platforms and social media has amplified the spread of misinformation and disinformation, but also fake news as well. Now, in the Gambian context, these phenomena pose a unique threat to national cohesion, democratic consolidation, considering our transition as a new democracy, but also the credibility of the press as well. Now, the spread of misinformation has been weaponized to manipulate public opinion, which undermines electoral integrity, as you rightly said. It also fuels political polarization and incites tensions, societal tensions. Research has shown that politicians and religious leaders are key sources of misinformation. But often the media and journalists are the conduits that disseminate these fake news or this disinformation. Therefore, journalists, media chiefs, editors are gatekeepers of information. They are on the forefront of combating these challenges. That is why the ministry, after having collaborated with Wave Gambia, doing nationwide sensitization in communities, educating and enlightening people how to identify and counter misinformation. We are working with key stakeholders in the information ecosystem to train them and give them the tools to be able to do ethical, accurate, credible reporting. This is crucial in safeguarding the democratic gains that we've made since the transition. Recognizing this, the ministry is also building partnerships with all stakeholders in information ecosystem to empower the media with the knowledge, skills and tools they need to identify, counter, and prevent misinformation and fake news. The objectives are, one, to strengthen professional journalism practices that safeguard public trust and democratic values in the Gambia, but also to enhance the capacity of media chiefs, editors, and fact-checkers to identify, counter, and prevent the spread of misinformation. Also to foster collaboration among media leaders to develop newsroom strategies for managing misinformation and disinformation. How are we doing this? We are working with the participants in an inclusive manner for the participants and the stakeholders to review guidelines for combating disinformation and fake news. These guidelines are non-legislative, but are based on existing practices locally and internationally in line with global standards of press freedom and freedom of expression. But also, we want to also develop a national action plan against disinformation. We call it the plan. Here, participants will draft and commit to a national plan of action in response to the threats of disinformation, misinformation, and fake news. The plan will outline approaches for a coordinated response on critical issues that seek to undermine national unity, peace, and tranquility. This action plan will seek to create synergy between government, the media, civil society to tackle disinformation through a code of practice. Now, in addition to this, we realize that in the age of deepfakes, AI-generated forgeries, manipulated news, you need tools to counter this, and there are no better tools than the tools that are used. That is why we are working as a ministry to establish what we call a National Misinformation and Disinformation Response Center. Now, this response center will be a very sophisticated and accessible one. We are working with ECOWAS to work on this. We are launching a centralized one, AI-enabled platform that will help citizens, journalists, and government to verify questionable content in real time, tracking emerging threats, but also respond quickly with facts. I can go on and describe what this project is about, or maybe you want me to discuss it later so that we can, because it also has a regional component where we want to make sure it is an integrated component where we can work with other countries in the ECOWAS region to make sure that we use AI-generated tools to fight misinformation and disinformation.
Let's come later. I think it's very important project you highlight, misinformation and disinformation. This platform also, I'm happy you have a regional component of this platform. We'll discuss more about later to see how we can collaborate on this regional component. Now let me move. When we talk about policy, we have some key application, but as highlighted by the Minister of Lesotho, we have several gaps on connectivity and access. And now we can consider internet as part of human right, and we need to provide access to all. And why we have the concept of universal access, I'm going to ask this question to Madame Fatou Ndiaye Blondin Diop. She was a former Minister of ICT of Senegal, and now she's a coordinator of the Universal Telecommunication Service Development Fund of Senegal. Madame Blondin, est-ce que vous pourriez partager les principaux défis et opportunités identifiées dans le processus de développement du service universel pour le contexte du Sénégal? Et vous pouvez aussi aller au-delà.
Oui.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Seck. Merci de m'avoir convié à cette rencontre. Merci au gouvernement norvégien de permettre de faire l'état des lieux et d'avancer sur toutes les difficultés à surmonter pour l'Afrique principalement. Et mes prédécesseurs qui se sont exprimés en ont montré un certain nombre. S'agissant du Sénégal, donc je dirige le Fonds pour le développement du service universel des télécommunications. Nos missions sont, comme la plupart des services universels, tout d'abord la connectivité. Ça passe.
Mettez les micros. Numéro 1.
Numéro 1.
Channel 1. Mettez à Channel
1. Donc, je disais que, s'agissant de la connectivité, notre challenge est que d'ici 2029, que nous puissions connecter 1550 localités, dont 490 sites sans infrastructure, c'est-à-dire zone blanche, et près de 1160 à migrer du 2G vers la 4G. Ceci doit impacter près de 2 millions d'habitants au Sénégal qui en compte 18. Nous avons aussi le volet inclusion numérique qui recouvre donc la connexion et les équipements pour les institutions administratives que sont les mairies et les différents bâtiments administratifs, les institutions sanitaires ou scolaires, mais aussi nous avons des missions auprès des centres de handicapés. Donc tout ceci nécessite aussi un fonds assez conséquent. Nous avons aussi pour mission de faire du renforcement de capacités à travers le développement de contenu, donc en fonction des localités et en fonction des situations. Il faut que ce soit adapté aux besoins. En termes de perspective, nous devons mobiliser 80 milliards de francs CFA, soit 127 millions de dollars, dont 65 pour la connectivité, 7,5 pour l'inclusion numérique et le reste pour le fonctionnement. Donc, nous faisons appel évidemment au fonds, à une participation des opérateurs qui sont au Sénégal, mais aussi des financements de la Banque mondiale. Et nous sommes en train d'étudier des financements alternatifs et surtout de bâtir un autre modèle de financement qui nous permettrait d'accéder plus facilement aux ressources. Et nous sommes en discussion avec le ministère des Finances, qui est notre tutelle. Nous devons aussi améliorer le modèle de gouvernance du fonds, le moderniser dans ses approches et dans son fonctionnement interne. Et tout ceci, nous pouvons le faire parce que le Sénégal a élaboré un projet nommé New Deal technologique. Dans ce New Deal technologique, le besoin est estimé à 1500 milliards de nos francs et nous sommes impactés par un volet de 250 milliards sur 5 ans en tant que fonds pour le développement du service universel. Cela permettra aux Sénégalais de disposer de connexions et d'outils d'inclusion numérique, d'accélérer le développement de l'économie des localités éligibles au Fonds universel, de travailler avec des bailleurs d'une part, et au niveau pays, aussi bien au niveau local qu'au niveau international. Et ça donnera l'occasion à des bailleurs de se retrouver dans un secteur à fort potentiel.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
I think c'est un exemple concret pour la mise en œuvre de fonds universels à travers un pays qui est le Sénégal. Et cet exemple, vous avez cité beaucoup de stratégies pour mettre en œuvre cela. Donc, mais when we talk about universal fund, the first idea is to put in place the infrastructure. And now we are facing a lot of challenge in the African continent for the digital public infrastructure. When you talk about digital public infrastructure, it's related to digital ID, digital payment system, and interoperability. And it is where we need the involvement of the private sector. Also on the regulatory side, we have some issue to deal. Let me ask now my friend Osam how we can improve the development of DPI across the continent. I think you can have an example from Egypt. And also how to fund. The funding part is very important.
He gave me the most difficult question. How to? Now, let me just start by saying that since GDC and the last G20 meeting in Delhi, there is a push to boost DPI-related projects. First of all, we appreciate very much the 20 years of efforts that took place in Africa delivering digital transformation. There are many challenges of power, challenges of connectivity, challenges of capacity building, challenges of governance and implementation of governance. Generally speaking, we can easily adjust digital public. Do you all know what is the DPI, the digital public infrastructure? Who doesn't know DPI? Everybody knows DPI. Well, maybe okay, because now, okay, for DPI, this is mainly to provide a framework that would give open source application. Standards, etc., so we can all collaborate in delivering solution that serves the public. And in order to do this, we have the core DPI, so the main infrastructure, and we have the application layer of the DPI that would provide the required. In fact, because now we are getting into a more maturity, we can easily relate DPI investment to SDGs impact. And this is the whole thing. If we are able to identify properly the sectors of priority, like healthcare, education, finance, and others, crisis management, and identify proposals that reflect the return on investment that will take place, the impact that will happen by implementing the proper DPI, then we are able to generate the required funds, whether from the the assistant committee or from the multilateral banking, development banking, or from even private sectors. It is quite important really to identify the priority sectors to work on. It is important also to collaborate with similar other African countries to identify their knowledge, experience, and best practice delivering DPI. And there are few African countries that have already been on the front in delivering projects for DPI, and it would be quite better to learn from them their experience managing the challenges and also even identifying the funds to support their implementation of DPI. And really identifying the level of impact that took place accordingly. Along with that, there are several funds that are coming, and we expect more to come. By the way, during the period from 2017 to 2021, there were, I would say, I need to just to check the amount for. There were around 1.2 billion US dollar invested in 2021 for DPI, and more is expected. And from Development Assistance Committee donors, that accounts for about 60% of this funding. Multilateral development banks account for 23%, and private donors for 17%. Some of the main donors were UK, Germany, Norway, Sweden, and Canada. Along with South Korea, France, and Netherlands. And generally, the approach for the funding agency is they support the global health and communication sectors specifically. So they supported program related to disease surveillance platforms, digital health services, and as well as financial inclusion through mobile internet and data protection for digital payment. Funding for DPI other sectors includes big data for emergency response, e-government, and e-learning as well. And by the way, most of the funding were going to sub-Saharan Africa. It received like 50% of the Development Assistance Committee funding between 2017 and 2021. Which means that there are funds existing, that are increasing accordingly, and with the GDC, more is expected to focus on delivering DPI to serve the SDGs. What is important is to identify properly the SDGs that we need to serve, the plans to serve them, and to accelerate the SDG process. Foundational digital system, DPI can help countries advance a wide range of development objectives and respond more effectively to crisis and getting SDGs back on track. SDG 1, no poverty, decent work and economic growth. SDG 8, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Enhancing resilience and emergency response. Those are various SDGs. Gender equality and reduce inequality, SDG 5. Gender equality, SDG 10, reduce inequality. SDG 7, affordable clean energy. And SDG 12, responsible consumption production. SDG 13, climate action. And accordingly, there are many that can be really done simply by looking at the other countries in our continent that have delivered on the DPI and provided projects with clear impact on the SDGs and repeating this on the other countries.
Thank you very
One
much.
thing also is just to use as much as possible.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important.
Thank
you
you.
highlight very well, but you didn't tell us where we are find the money for DPI. Where we get money, the money is where. But it's okay. We are going to discuss on this because DPI is very important for the continent. we are implementing the African Free Trade Area, we need to have the adequate infrastructure to promote trade between all African countries with this digital payment system to overcome to the 700 million, 500 million African people without any legal form of ID. We need also to develop our e-government service to make more transparency for the citizen. Now, let me go back to my friend and brother Lassina Kone. You do everything. But I will not ask you to tell you all about Smart Africa. Just let's focus on AI. What is what you are doing now in AI? We have the Smart Africa AI blueprint. We are putting in place this AI fund. A lot of activity around AI across the continent. Please tell us the challenge for AI in Africa and the key action by Smart Africa.
Thank you very much, Brother Mokhtar. We heard from my brother on the left talking about DPI. We heard from Minister of Lesotho talking about connectivity and the lack of coordinations and all that. And we heard from Senegal about universal access. We heard also from Chad and also from my brother from the Gambia talking about the misinformation. All of these, of course, the underlying things is the technology. Now we have the AI. And if you look at your question, it talks about inclusive growth. For us in Africa, the definition of inclusions in Africa is very different from the definition of inclusion in the West. For us, the AI will be equalizer for the inclusions. Why? Because we have over 2,000 languages in Africa. How do we make sure all of these people who do not speak any other language to be included in the current life and contribute in the social economic development? That's why Smart Africa will launch April 4th, the Africa AI Council. We are now working in operationalizations by consultation of our country members, not only government, because this is a multi-stakeholder platform. Why? We are putting this together to address 5 things. When you talk about AI, we're talking about computing power. Are we able to have, do we have a necessary computing power today in the light of all these challenges we're facing? Number 2, data sets. You know, the AI actually is nourished from the data. And 3, we have the algorithm, which is, of course, a bias. So we need to know exactly where is it coming from. And 4, AI governance. Exactly, it does not mean to step in to put the rigid regulation, but we need to have some safeguard to make sure the AI will be used ethically, inclusively, and sustainably. And number 5 is the market. How actually we can use the AI as a tool to actually grow the market and create jobs in Africa. That's exactly what we're doing. But there are challenges, of course. There are challenges. Those challenges can only be overcome if we work together. That's why Smart Africa exists, with only one vision to transform Africa into a single digital market by 2030. By the way, 2030 is only 5 years away. No country in Africa can actually succeed in AI alone. That's why we need to work together in terms of computing power, in terms of policy harmonization. In the policy harmonization, we've already started work. There are over 19 countries in Africa who already have their AI national policy. How do we make sure these are all actually coordinated to the AI governance actually elaborated by the UN, as well as even the Global Digital Compact, as well as the WISES, as well as the Internet Governance Forums. And that's our role for policy harmonization, because you know why? At the end of all this, when any nation talks about the AI, they always talk about their private sector. The frontier model in America, the frontier model from Europe, the frontier model in China. So we, Africa also, we need to be talking about the frontier model, which will be driven by African private sector. Let's not forget that. The governments should be creating a conducive environment for private sector to step in for the right appropriate time with the appropriate investment to be able to strive in the digital era, particularly in the AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this to highlight the challenge, also the key activity undertaken by Smart Africa to make AI adoption available across the continent. Now let me open the floor for 10 minutes. If you have any contribution, 1 minute each. Let me start by the first row. Ponsele,
Yeah, thank you.
you can come on this side, if you want to take the floor.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, distinguished panelists. I'll first talk to Mr. Lansana Kone in regards to your talk on AI. First, we have the AI continental strategy that was adopted in Accra. 19 countries, as you said, in Africa has already done their own national AI strategy. Why don't you think we just localize our own AU strategy instead of individual countries? And this same thing also has happened with the African Union digital transformation strategy. And I feel we don't really have harmonization when we don't listen to what the AU does. We see our own Malabo cybersecurity and personal data protection. We see what has happened with that. Less than 25 African countries have signed it. So it makes us look like we are joking. We don't respect what our union does. So I would like you to address that in regards to with this strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Elijah.
Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful presentations from my sister to Senegal all the way to Lesotho. But my issue is this, just to make a suggestion. You know, oftentimes we meet as African continent from different countries talking about bridging the digital gap, talking about security, cybersecurity, talking about misinformation, disinformation. I was wondering if we can maybe concentrate on one or two items where those countries that are available here can concentrate on, particularly, for example, when we talk about misinformation, disinformation. What can we do together, you know, as a continent or as a region to help fight? Because it is a critical issue and is actually threatening our democracy on the continent. So I was suggesting maybe if we can come up with one project or one thing where we can collaborate to see what we can do to ensure that we have something in place that would actually help us to fight misinformation and disinformation, because it's a threat to the democracy of this continent.
Thank you. Wisdom. Okay, go.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Wisdom Donko from Ghana. My issue got to do with Smart Africa, and then this is my personal understanding of what I've seen. It looks like Smart Africa is trying to do the same thing that we, the community, are doing. But then what I think is that I would like to see Smart Africa on top there, then look at all of us, what we are doing, and then try to bring us together to see what we can do to achieve whatever aim that we want to achieve.
Thank you. Toko.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the panelists and to the submissions that have been made. I think the session has not only been informative, but it's been a very enlightening regional perspective. Speaking on the topic of inclusion, I think it's very important, especially as the representative from Smart Africa has said, in Africa, inclusion looks different to the West, to Asia, and to the European areas. It's representing different groups, it's different identities, and understanding those marginal identities within policymaking, within our project implementation, within our theories of change and our actual implementation of projects, whether it's civil society, government, NGOs, we need to go directly to those people. Standing here today, I'm speaking on behalf of the youth, and I'm saying that here, if we're going to be talking about bridging the digital divide and inclusive growth, and we go back to Africa, a continent that is 65% youth, people under 35 years old, we're going to need to make sure that they're going to be part of these conversations, that their voice is going to be heard. But also, when speaking specifically on the topic of the internet and using it as a vehicle of growth and transformation, in South Africa, we've got what we call the fourth industrial revolution.
Thank you.
And
Thank
we're
you.
using this as a vehicle of change.
Next, please. Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Kwekwentry from Ghana. In terms of what we're talking about and following from Toko, in terms of internet connectivity, Minister talked about it. But there's one important aspect that we talk, and in context of Africa, we often miss out the grassroots. And if we want that change to happen in Africa, it's going to be coming from the grassroots. Whatever top-down thing we're doing, and we don't have that innovation from the grassroots, from down there, is going to be very problematic. So, Minister and other panelists, we are here to help you. We are from the African Community Internet Program. We help the grassroots to be able to be connected. We have our internet backpack device here, a community backpack, and we will be able to help you solve some of these problems. And we solve African problems with African innovation and technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. My name is Maha Abdel Nasser. I'm a member of parliament from Egypt. Actually, I want to talk about the data sets that you've been talking about. As we all know, of course, data is the most important thing in the AI, and in the future it will be the new gold and everything. But and Africa, of course, had the largest data sets in the world. But we are not integrating, we are not working together, we don't have data flow, we don't have even regulation or any kind of forming these data sets to be able to be validated and to be used for the AI models. And we can have this leverage on all AI companies. It is just we need to integrate and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take you.
Hi, my name is Shadrach from Ghana. This one goes to Dr. Ismaila. Hearing what he's putting in place to handle misinformation was so awesome. It's something I really got interested in, but I wanted to ask this. So how are you doing this? How are you doing to build the trust in public information, especially in communities, the rural communities? You know, they don't have access to all these platforms. So how are you going to start from there? Because if someone can just go to our great grandmothers and tell them AI is coming to kill all of you, and they will start spreading it, and then all of a sudden everybody starts running from the village without knowing whether it's true or false.
Thank you very
so
much.
How are you solving that?
Thank you. Now we don't have enough time. Sorry for the rest of the speaker, of the participant. I'm going to give the floor to the panelists to answer for 2 minutes. And also for each of you, what we can do together. There are several questions you can answer of any question, but more important, what we can do together between Lesotho, Senegal, Gambia, and Chad. Yeah, and with support from Smart Africa and ECA. We are here together. Egypt also. I'm going to start by the Honorable Minister of Lesotho to answer to some question, also to provide guidance what we can do together. I suggest we agree on one collaborative project, and we can start working together. And we'll present during during Transform Africa. We can brainstorming on this project. Transform Africa will be in July in Kigali. If we have an idea of project, we can work together and to see how we can move forward for this project during Smart Africa, during Transform Africa meeting. Let me start by the Honorable Minister of Lesotho.
Thank you, Program Director. I think I had other ideas until I had a lady who represents young people in the room. And I've been having this idea that I think we need to bring the youth and understand what is the job opportunities for them in the ICT spectrum. Job and market symposium is what we need to do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Ismaila.
Well, thank you very much. I think the our platform that we are talking about, it has a regional component, and we call it the regional integration strategy. Here, we designed it to integrate seamlessly with broader ECOWAS efforts to combat misinformation across West Africa. Now, as a pilot within ECOWAS framework, the center will share insights, alerts, and tools with counterparts across the region to enable collective resilience against disinformation campaigns. So, briefly, we'll structure the platform to do cross-border data sharing, to be able to scale the architecture, but also allow the platform to evolve so that we can support participation in regional early warning systems, enabling the Gambia to contribute actively to the security and information stability of West African community. We can discuss this later to see how we can all collaborate so that we create a synergy that can allow us to fight together this phenomenon. Now, to answer the gentleman's question on how we really engage people in the communities. That is why our first initiative was to send people to the communities. And we take leaders from the communities. We don't send people to go there. People who are leaders in the communities go there and do community outreach, talk to people in their natural habitat to discuss these issues with them so they can identify what is fake news, but also how to also verify fake news. And also we work together a lot with WhatsApp platforms, because we realize that most of the people in communities use WhatsApp. So we engage them to use WhatsApp platforms and also create a system where they can verify information that they deem to be misinformation.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Chad.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire ensemble?
Bon, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Sek. Je pense que le Tchad, pour mon pays que je connais mieux, nous avons, comme je disais tout à l'heure, réalisé 6000 km de fibre optique, construction des data centers. Nous avons un data center qui est déjà prêt à être inauguré. Ce qu'on peut faire ensemble, c'est le partage des technologies. Comment on appelle le PDG Smart Africa est là. Comment on doit gérer notre data center. Ça, c'est ce qu'on peut faire ensemble et regarder comment il faut étendre le réseau. Nous avons conçu à peu près 200 sites.
D'accord. Non, mais c'est bon, merci.
C'est bon?
C'est bon. Naifatou?
Oui. Moi, je pense qu'on a toutes les organisations qu'il faut. On a aussi toutes les technologies puisque c'est accessible à tout le monde. Et nous avons beaucoup d'occasions de nous rencontrer et de partager des expériences. Ce qui reste vraiment toujours les points faibles, c'est-à-dire que c'est une politique volontaire à travers le financement des infrastructures et des applications adaptées à nos besoins et à nos sociétés. Pour moi, ce sont là les défis essentiels que je vois à travers toute politique d'infrastructure et qui est surtout à prendre en compte maintenant que l'IA s'impose à nous sans que nous ayons un agenda IA et comment l'intégrer dans nos systèmes éducatifs, dans nos sociétés et quelles seront les conséquences.
Qu'est-ce que le Sénégal peut faire avec les autres pays?
Ce que le Sénégal fait déjà avec les autres pays, je pense que le ministre du Tchad, dans son exposé, avait déjà présenté l'initiative qui existe entre le Sénégal et la Côte d'Ivoire. Nous avons aussi des initiatives au sein de la CEDEAO, nous en avons beaucoup. Il y a 15 jours, à Abuja, il y avait une conférence de IGF Afrique. C'est pour ça que je dis qu'au niveau organisationnel, au niveau synergie, au niveau projet, il y a énormément de choses qui sont là au niveau conceptuel. Maintenant, au niveau dans les faits actifs, les résultats sur le terrain tardent à se faire sentir, mais on a tout ce qu'il faut pour y arriver.
D'accord, merci. Osam, quickly.
Ouais, j'ai 2 projets et 2 recommandations. I have 2 projects and 2 recommendations. 2 projects, one of them, well, what is clear is we don't have enough synergy between African continent, and this is what we have seen in the cybersecurity and other things. There are efforts taking place by ECA, by the African Union, but the fact is we have still paths to go. Now, one project is we need very shortly to agree together on a project where we have an information portal where we can identify the challenges of each country, the opportunities of each country, the best practice that took place in implementing DPIs and other opportunity, and what type of projects are there, and what successful project had been taking place, so that we can replicate this. We will consider countries that have successfully implemented a project in the digital transformation as a pilot for the rest of our continent. And then we simply bring the company, deliver it, and replicate.
We have only 1 minute left.
Another one?
No, it's okay. We are. Let's go to the.
Okay. So the
Lasina.
The other.
No, it's
one,
fine. We have enough project now. No,
I
not working. Eh?
Quickly, I suggest an AI.
No, Osam. We have enough project. Let me give the floor to. Let me give the floor to Lasina.
Okay.
If I have one thing to say to respond also to all these answers, it's not about one size should fit all. All sizes should fit together. It means there are common denominator in any policy harmonization. But trust me, in Africa, if we do not get together, we will not be leveraging the size. The difference between the United States and China today, it's about size. The difference between India and Africa today is about integration and size. Africa is 1.4 billion. If we all want to develop in silo, we would exactly becomes late comers into the technology. That's why we have an obligation in this AI era to work together. So let's work together.
Okay, thank you very much. It is the end of this session. I think we learned a lot about policy challenge perspective in Africa, AI, digital public infrastructure. We already identify 4 projects. We can work together on these 4 projects and we'll make a proposal to the Honorable Minister of Lesotho. One project also to Mr. Ismail as the Minister of Gambia and also the Minister of Chad, and to see how these projects can work quickly. And we need by next IGF, inshallah, we can present some quick win coming from this discussion. Otherwise, I would like to thank you, everybody, all my panelists, and see you soon, inshallah. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Also good. I'm still hearing the video. So good afternoon, also good morning and good evening to our online participants who may be joining us from different time zones. Welcome and I think there's something wrong. I can still hear something talking here.
You're fine. Continue talking.
Someone is talking to
Take off the headset.
Okay. Yeah, so let's start.
No, you can't start over this. Let's continue.
So welcome and thank you for being here with us for our UPU Open Forum on strengthening cybersecurity for the posts and for the global posts and logistics sector. My name is Maysam Sabra from the Post Business Management Unit of the Postal Technology Center of the UPU, and I will be your moderator for this session. Just quickly for those who may not know what is the UPU is the Universal Postal Union, a United Nations agency dedicated to postal sector. What we do is we mainly coordinate international postal policies and standards among our postal operators and member countries. We also assist the postal operators in the transformation of their services toward a secure digital connectivity, and we promote collaboration. We also help ensure an efficient and secure mail delivery worldwide. As you know, the global postal network plays a critical role in facilitating trade, communication, and economic development. However, as we rely more on digital technologies, we also face increasing cyber threats such as ransomware, phishing attacks, data breaches, supply chain attacks, and this is not disrupting our operations, but also can compromise sensitive data, can damage reputation, and can erode trust within consumers and businesses. So in today's session, we aim to explore how we can strengthen our cybersecurity, how we can enhance the cyber resilience across the sector. We will be discussing maybe some strategies and best practices to build trust and security in the postal and logistics sector. So I am honored to share this platform with 5 distinguished panelists with me today. On my left, I have Mrs. Floretta Faber, the Deputy Director General and Director for International Project Coordination and Strategic Cybersecurity Development at the Albanian National Cybersecurity Authority, and Mr. Mats Lillesund, the Director of Governance and Communication Group Security Posten Bring AS or Norwegian Post, and Mr. Kevin Hernandez, Digital Inclusion Expert at the Universal Postal Union. And on my right, I have Mr. Nigel Casimir, the Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, CTU, and Mr. Tracy Hackshaw, the head of the Post Business Management Unit of the Universal Postal Union. So we have limited amount of time. I encourage all of you, please, to keep your remarks concise so we can hear from all of you. And for our online participants, if you have any questions, please type them in the chat box, and then we will raise it on your behalf. And now let's kick off our discussion. And I would like to start immediately with Kevin Hernandez. Kevin, Kevin, you are the digital inclusion expert at the Universal Postal Union, and lately you have been working on a digital services report for the postal services, in which you dedicated a specific section on the cybersecurity for posts. So maybe you could walk us through the state of cybersecurity in the postal sector, so we can discuss further on the findings of what you will show us. Please proceed.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Maysam. So as Maysam said, my name is Kevin Hernandez. I am a digital inclusion expert at the UPU, where I work on a project called Connect.Post, with the goal of connecting all post offices in the world to the internet and transforming them into one-stop shops for essential digital services. And for all of you interested in the project I just mentioned, I'm not going to speak about it in detail in this presentation, but I have some concept notes that I can share with you, and they're here in the front. And there's also some at that Post booth in the village. And although Connect.Post is not necessarily a cybersecurity project, ensuring that these newly connected post offices and the services that they offer are secure is one of our biggest concerns, and I will explain why in this presentation. So as Maysam mentioned, I was recently working on a report for the UPU, which we call the Digital Panorama Report, and it's based on a survey which we did on digital services and cybersecurity, and posts from 152 countries responded to the survey. And the survey found that posts are offering many more digital services than we were even expecting. We thought that posts offered digital services, but we could never imagine how much. So 71, and these services go well beyond the postal sector, which is really important to highlight because posts are not just offering digital postal services, but are now also offering digital services across multiple sectors. And this is super exciting from an inclusion standpoint because there are, I don't know if any of you know, but there are over 650,000 post offices in the world, the majority of which are located in rural areas, which are specifically the places where people are less likely to use the internet and where people are most at risk of being left behind. So digital services offered through the post have significant potential to promote inclusion. For example, our survey found that 71% of posts are promoting economic inclusion for SMEs through e-commerce services. 58% are promoting financial inclusion through digital financial services. 51% are promoting social inclusion through e-government services. 11% are promoting universal health coverage through digital health services. And also 70% are directly contributing to bridging the digital divide and promoting digital inclusion by providing at least one digital connectivity service or solution. And going one step further, our survey also found that more than a third, so 34% of posts, show signs of becoming a one-stop shop for economic, financial, social, and digital inclusion by providing all three services at once, so namely digital financial services, e-commerce services, and e-governments, all under the same roof. So this is one place where citizens can go and access all of these services. And this helps mitigate the risk of digital exclusion for less connected groups, while also helping governments achieve multiple public policy objectives related to these areas, and also the overarching leaving no one behind SDG goal. Also, we found that posts are offering these services through multiple channels. So as you would expect, the main channel that posts use to deliver digital services is a digitally equipped post office counter through interaction with postal staff. And this is, once again, this is especially useful for less connected users because they can receive help accessing a service in person that they may otherwise not be able to access on their own due to a lack of internet access, not having an adequate device, or not having the necessary digital skills to access that service on their own. However, many posts are also offering these digital services through fully digital channels, like a website or an app, while some posts are even leveraging their delivery staff to deliver these services through staff that are equipped with digital devices like digital personal assistants or tablets or smartphones. And this can be especially useful for very remote communities or people whose mobility might be restricted. And it's also important to note that in many cases, the post may only act as a physical extension of a partner's digital service. So it's not necessarily the case that all of these services belong to the post, but that the post is being is acting as a trusted partner. So building on that, as posts begin to offer more and more digital services, they become an even more critical infrastructure that must be secured. Because they are now holding more sensitive data about customers and citizens across multiple sectors and across multiple aspects of life. And this makes the potential consequence of a disruption of a postal operator's digital system more severe. And these disruptions would disproportionately impact people in rural areas and the elderly who rely on the post for digital services the most. This also makes the impacts of breaches, identity theft, and financial losses even more severe. And although, as I mentioned before, multi-channel service delivery is great, from an inclusion perspective, it also opens up even more entry points for cyber attacks. And as a result of all this, the ability for posts to maintain trust is both more important than ever and more difficult. And it's not just important to maintain this trust for customers or for citizens, but also, as I mentioned before, for partners. Because delivering digital financial services, e-government services, and e-commerce requires partnerships with private institutions and companies and government agencies who would be reluctant to partner with an institution that they see as insecure, especially when the digital service belongs to that institution. So at this point, you might be asking, how secure are posts across the world? Are they ready to offer these services in a secure way? And our survey found that the current state of cyber hygiene best practices within the postal sector is in need of a significant improvement. So we found suboptimal implementation rates across all cyber hygiene best practices which were surveyed. Encrypted websites were the only best practice implemented by at least 2/3 of posts, and only 2 other practices, namely secure emails, secure staff emails, and business continuity plans were implemented by at least half of posts. Meanwhile, other best practices such as cybersecurity training were implemented by less than half of posts. And this is extremely important given that, as mentioned before, posts are utilizing a multi-channel approach to digital service delivery, which means that the postal staff are likely to be involved in delivering these services, whether it's at the counter of a post office or through the delivery staff equipped with digital devices. And less than half of posts implement cybersecurity risk management plans, and only around 40% have incident response plans and crisis management plans. So this kind of paints a picture of posts that are largely unprepared and unable to adequately respond to cybersecurity threats. And the survey also found a drastic regional difference in the implementation of these best practices. I couldn't fit all of them on this one slide, but this trend tends to hold true across all of the cyber hygiene best practices that were on the previous slide. So developing regions and posts from developing regions, and in particular 3 regions, Latin America and the Caribbean, Asia and the Pacific, and Africa regions, are the least likely to implement these cyber hygiene best practices. And I want to end by highlighting another scary finding from the survey. So cybersecurity budgets of posts are not keeping up with their cybersecurity workloads. So although around 70% of posts saw an increase in their cybersecurity workload in the last 2 years, less than half of posts reported that they increased their cybersecurity budget allocations. And posts, once again, from developing regions, and in those 3 regions in particular, were the least likely to increase their cybersecurity budgets in the last 2 years. So not only are they're not well prepared from a cybersecurity standpoint, but their budgets are not keeping up with their workload. And one last thing, along with low implementation of cyber hygiene best practices and lagging budget allocations, posts are also not getting national level support responding to these cyber attacks. So only 35% of posts were affiliated with the National Information Security Incident Response Team. So as you can see, there is still a lot of work to do to secure the posts, especially as they begin to offer more digital services from multiple sectors through multiple channels. And that is it for me. I hope this presentation has helped set the stage for the discussion on cybersecurity in the post. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for the insightful presentation. Actually, it it really indicates the urgent need for enhanced cyber resilience in some posts and in some region. So in light of this, I would like to hear from Nigel. Nigel, as you see from the presentation of Kevin, it indicates a low percentage of cybersecurity being offered in some posts in the Caribbean region. So maybe now you will walk us through some slides to highlight some the digital transformation in the Caribbean and the role that the CTU is playing in improving the cyber resilience in the Caribbean. Please proceed, Nigel.
Yes, thank you. I'm Nigel Casimir from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And I'll be looking at our status of digital transformation in the postal industry, which is not very advanced. So I think that would be part of the reason why, Kevin's results would have shown as he showed for Latin America and the Caribbean. Just to give a little background on the CTU is an intergovernmental organization in the Caribbean specializing in ICT. Our members are 20 governments and independent states and territories in the Caribbean. And we advise on ICT policy matters. And that includes things related to digital transformation, for example. This, in our involvement with the postal services in the member states would probably fall under our ICT policy formulation and project coordination type parts of our mandate, as shown on the screen there. So, just setting the context for the Caribbean as far as postal digital transformation is concerned. It's happening in the context, in the more general context of our governments pursuing digital transformation generally. They're looking at introducing e-government services, and they've done that in most of our member states, and also facilitating e-commerce generally to get the economies going and to help diversify their economies. Of course, the postal services has been evolving throughout the world, and the Caribbean is no different. We've seen traditional mail services going down, while things like courier services in support of e-commerce going up. There is competition for the traditional postal services now. Private companies involved in the courier and delivery businesses and logistics as well. And also our traditional postal services have their obligations to continue to deal with. But in the face of all these environmental changes, there are opportunities noted for the postal services to modernize and become competitive in the markets. So really what you've been seeing, some of the initiatives, and a lot of them have been mentioned by Kevin already, they've been seeking to enhance their logistics and delivery. They've been trying to capitalize on that trusted nature of the postal services and being used as community hubs, delivering government e-services and products, facilitating access to government services for persons who may not have their own private internet connections. Some of the financial services that Kevin also mentioned, and in some cases even they may have some facilities to help with some capacity building of the less technically savvy persons in the community. So there may be an area of a post office, especially in rural areas maybe, where the citizenry can come and get some help in maybe accessing some government services. But as the post offices try to modernize their operations and utilize the digital technologies and transform digitally, as mentioned, this comes with the attendant cyber risks and the requirements for resiliency. Now, Kevin went into some of the very specific type things, but I'll talk about what the CTU, the approach the CTU has been taking. Our involvement in the digital transformation and assisting our governments, of course, is more general. And the postal services is just one aspect of our engagement with our member states, right? So in 2022, actually, at the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference in Romania, we had the opportunity to meet with the Universal Postal Union, and they apprised us of some of the new services that they had developed and in the digital sphere. And we decided that yes, we needed to partner with the UPU to help enhance the quality of our digital transformations in the postal services in the Caribbean. So shortly after that, then an MOU was signed between the CTU and the UPU, and this is a picture. This was in the initial meeting was in 2022, and this was the first half of 2023. When the Director General, they call him, and the Director General of the UPU signed this MOU with the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecoms Union to cooperate in various areas, and this MOU, the focus of it was to promote the digital transformation of postal services in the Caribbean, and there were some specific things identified in there. Deployment of the UPU's digital readiness for e-commerce assessment. That is a program whereby the UPU would come in to individual countries and do a comprehensive assessment of the state of the particular industry and the capabilities of the postal services, and make some specific recommendations in terms of how to go forward with modernization and secure digitalization of their operations. We also were seeking to promote the adoption of the UPU's .post domain by our postal services. That is a secure domain that I think gels well with the trusted, and would tend to preserve the trusted nature of doing business with the post offices, and also implementing the UPU's Connect Post initiative in the region, which Kevin had mentioned. In fact, he said he works in the Connect Post area. So since that 2023, we have had specific engagements in the Caribbean with, I think, at least 3 of our member states, and typically with some of the larger ones. And we do have some specific recommendations now that they are implementing. Within the Caribbean, there's a Caribbean Postal Union, which is an affiliate of the UPU, and we as CTU liaise as well with the CPU in terms of fulfilling the requirements of the MOU. So that's kind of where we are. So we are getting the recommendations and start trying to implement the implementations from the UPU to enhance the cyber resiliency of the postal services in the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. It's clear the focus of the CTU on cybersecurity through the adoption of initiatives like the .post domain or Connect.post program. It's absolutely vital to enhance the cybersecurity in the Caribbean region. Thank you very much for highlighting this. Now I would like to hear from Mrs. Floretta Faber. Floretta, you are the Deputy Director General at the Albanian National Cybersecurity Authority, but you also coordinate and lead projects on cybersecurity strategies and development. So as you know today, as cyber threats evolve, how do you see these changes are impacting on cybersecurity strategies in our organizations? And maybe you can share with us any successful initiative or best practices from Albania that have improved cybersecurity in the post and logistics sector.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here today and join this discussion. the Albanian National Authority on Cybersecurity has been, especially in the last 3 years, focused in big changes in the cybersecurity domain in Albania. We had a strong state-sponsored cyber attack in mid-2022 all over the e-government services. Albania today has over 1,200 e-service towards its citizens. More than 95% of all the government services to citizens are given online. So a cyber attack on all those services, meaning really strong steps towards all the countries like Albania and democratization processes and transparency with the citizens. And since then, we have been taken strong reforms on cybersecurity and big steps forward. Part of all the transformation is the changes of law on cybersecurity, and we have a new one since May last year, which is according to NIS2 directive, the EU NIS2 directive, and a number of sub-laws on cybersecurity, which still go through the model of the European best practices and the NIS2 directive. And we look at specific sectors on cybersecurity based on the criticality, and the postal services is one of this group, which we have been working specifically. The postal system has, as it was mentioned here from the studies in Albania as well, has increased its level of digitalization, and having the attacks through the postal service or using the name of the post has been really attacks of last year, over 15% of the attacks in the country, or efforts to attack the system. Out of 88 attacks we had last year, over 15% were through the postal system. And only 3 of them were successful cases, which the post office was dealing with, and the National Authority on Cybersecurity was supporting hand to hand. We have seen specifically strong impersonating campaigns, and in 2024, all the post office, according to our grouping, is with the transportation group, and almost all the attacks last year in this group were only through the post system, specifically through domain impersonification, aiming to exploit trust really in the public facing brand. The issue carries significant weight due to far-reaching impact on the public trust and institutional integrity and the stability of critical infrastructures. Attacks on National Post Service are not isolated nor random. They have been calculated efforts to exploit institutions that serve as a fundamental touchpoint for millions of citizens who use the postal services and the digital services in their daily life. The impersonation of postal brand and the misuse of digital channels to spread fraudulent messages can erode confidence in public services and amplify the risk of financial and identity-related crimes. In this context, the importance of building a cyber resilience in the postal sector goes far beyond working on the technical issues, and it becomes a matter of protecting civil trust and the continuity of essential services in the digital area, and in a time that most of the services through the post office as well are giving through the digital systems. Because these are not isolated cases, these patterns resonate globally. Maybe you have seen that in the last week, FBI issued a new alert warning for iPhones and Android users about widespread smishing campaigns, as highlighted by Forbes and the New York Post as well. Malicious actors are leveraging the names of trusted institutions, including postal services, to decide to steal and to destabilize public trust. Our data confirmed that this was the case in Albania as well. Only from January to March 2025, we have seen that over 6,500 indicators of compromise that were found through our national CERT. Over 15% of them, again, were linked with the postal office. This means that the efforts and to attack through the cyber systems on public infrastructure in Albania, over 15% really go to one of the critical infrastructures we have. And while the numbers remain high, we have seen promising numbers. I mentioned that last year on the attacks, we had 3 of them really made some issues in the institution. But this year, all the attempts, none of them has been coming to a point where there was an incident inside the post office. In response to the growing threat landscape, the Albanian National Authority on Cybersecurity has taken concrete steps in partnership with the Albanian Post Office to strengthen the sector resilience. These efforts include targeted cybersecurity training, implementation of early detection system, real-time monitoring of threat indicators, and joint incident response simulation with the authority and the postal system. We are also integrating cybersecurity requirements into the digital modernization roadmap on the national post system. Our approach is not reactive, it is proactive, is strategic, it's tailored to the unique challenges this sector faces. By aligning operational processes with security protocols, we aim to reduce the attack surface and enhance institutional readiness against evolving cyber threats. The fact that nearly all the attacks on 2025 were smishing-based tells us something crucial, that the human layer is still the weakest link in cybersecurity attacks. That's why our efforts must include not just the technical hardening, but also awareness-raising among citizens and postal employees. So first, we have been investing heavily in capacity building and the cross-sector collaboration. Cybersecurity is not a siloed challenge. It requires ecosystem-level resilience. We have developed sector-specific early warning mechanism and shared playbooks tailored for public services operators like the Post. The National CERT, which covers 7 days, 24 hours, over looking at a number of 15 institutions. One of them is the Postal Office, because we believe that the strong efforts through this system are worth of having specifically focus on saving those systems. Second, we are working closely with postal operators to build internal cyber hygiene protocols, and it's part of all the cyber hygiene trainings that we're giving throughout the country, because since especially 2022, it was seen that it was given specific priority to the cybersecurity sector in the country, and only last year we had over 6,000 people trained on cyber hygiene, including a specific focus on having all employees of the postal office, because among all the steps taken to change the cyber ecosystem in Albania and to take the steps for changing the laws, we believe it's important to work with people and have the cyber hygiene and a new culture on cybersecurity in the country. And the request of people to have those training in increased numbers means that there is an awareness that people need to know more. Unfortunately, for bad reasons, because the attacks have been numerous and some of them have been successful on creating cyber incidents. People more and more are getting the awareness that they should know more what they should do in order to protect themselves and the institutions they work with in cybersecurity. As we reflect on all the developments in the country and in the postal services, we understand that it's important that this is a work in progress, and this is something which doesn't finish in a year or two. With the increase of the number of technologies used, with the increase of number of the attacks, with the increase of AI using on cyber attacks, it's also important that we get prepared technically and not only on cybersecurity, even the postal office. And we believe that it's very important that we have a strong bridge between people, how we get ready in changing technologies and having people prepared on facing those cyber attacks.
Thank you very much, Floretta, for these important highlights. The findings you indicated are very important, and we hope the strategies you are developing will help your organizations become more resilient. Now, I would like to move to Mr. Mats Lillesund, the Director of Governance and Security at Norwegian Post. So, Mats, as we mentioned earlier, we rely more and more on digital technologies, and we also live in an increasingly connected world, and the postal sector face a significant cyber threats. So, but sometimes we think that these threats are limited to developed countries, but in reality, they are also targeting big organizations and big countries. For example, we at the UPU, we have been informed of many several cyber attacks that targeted big posts in big countries. So, and in today's opening session, the speeches, most of the speeches emphasized the collaboration, partnership, and the power of collaboration, partnership, and cooperation. So I would like to know what's your view on the collaboration between postal organizations and industry stakeholders in enhancing cybersecurity in our sector, and what initiatives or partnership has Norway Post taken or initiated to improve, to foster this cooperation?
Yes. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation of being here, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to address your question. It's a big question, and it's an interesting one at that. But first off, a little background about Posten Bring, where I work, and Norwegian Post. So we serve actually Nordic countries of postal and logistic services, and we have approximately 14,000 employees. But our base is from Norway and Norway Posts, where we have the largest market share and also an important society function. So and of course it's a global scale, as you point out. We have the same threat challenges as any other big company have in today's threat landscape. Being that our adversaries or nature-specific threats also, which I think is an important factor in today's threat landscape and addressing cyber resilience also. And just to point out a few of those, we have everything from fraud. The people in Norway, for example, is targeted for fraud, where the Posten logo and visual components are used in phishing campaigns. To more aggressive computer attacks and vectors like that. So on the measurement side, we're of course addressing this on various angles. We have both human and competence training. We have organizational measures, and of course a lot of technical measurements and controls in place to address this. And I think it was very interesting what Kevin and the other panelists described. The different areas. I think that I recognize a lot of them, and I think that we're always aiming to get better. I think we're pretty good, but we're always aiming to get better. And when it comes to cooperation, I think that's a major factor in resolving issues. So here in Norway, we have I think we have a very open society, and we have a lot of openness in terms of security incidents. Also, companies and governments are very open, also in the media, talking about incidents. But it also means that this culture is something that you bring into your behind channels and experts talking to experts on various issues. Some of the I would like to emphasize something that has grown in the financial sector in Norway, spread into something in the Nordic countries called financial search, which is a very good example of how a sector CERT function can work together among banks and insurance companies to leverage each other's capacities and knowledge to address cyber issues. So I think it's a very important aspect of both to be prepared and to discuss the issues when they arise as incidents.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's very important and inspiring, the cooperation you just highlighted. Thank you very much for your invaluable insights. I will move now to Tracy, last but not least. Tracy, you are the head of .post unit at the UPU, and lately you have been working on some cyber resilience initiatives. So if you could please give us some details on the cyber resilience initiatives and the role of the UPU in promoting cyber resilience among the postal sector and logistics sector.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Sam. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world. I know time is short, so I'm going to move pretty swiftly so we can get some questions in, if there are any questions already. I just wanted to make one observation. When Nigel pointed out the work we did with the CPU, the Caribbean Postal Union, just to reiterate that they were actually a .post user. So they migrated their website from something else to CPU.post, and they're now running a secure email and secure hosting environment. Just wanted to make that observation. So I'm going to move pretty swiftly and show on this slide, just reiterating some of the issues related to attacks in the postal sector. As you can see from the slide, over the last several years, we've had quite a number of reports, public reports of cyber attacks in the postal sector, and not limited only to, as was said before, developing countries, but also related to, countries in North America and Europe and otherwise. So it's not limited to countries which are least resourced, but as Kevin's research pointed out, there's a heavy risk or a large risk in those countries where the resources are the least deployed, and therefore they could be seen as potential low-hanging fruit for cyber attackers. As we go into our initiatives, as Mesa mentioned, we are implementing a series of projects at the UPU within our cyber resilience program. You would have heard mention already about the .post initiative, and essentially that's a program which looks to utilize the DNS, the domain name system, to secure what we call the edge of the network for the postal sector. So if you're running a website, you're running email, and so on, you will be able to use a secure top-level domain, which is what the UPU has, .post, that is dedicated to the postal sector, and that you, as the postal sector, as a post office, as a postal operator, or as a postal player in the sector, meaning providing services, you're a technology operator, you're making envelopes, packages, you're in the customs sector, you're in the airline sector, you can utilize the .post domain and that's available today via our trust.post platform. As you can see from this slide, we've established a digital framework in which we look to wrap the entire sector with a series of services, including, as we just mentioned, our cyber resilience services. Just swiftly, mentioning what .post brings to the table. It's a major cyber resilience infrastructure. Within that infrastructure, we have a series of compliance measures that relate to our overall cyber security framework, and we look to implement it as a secure digital identity, that .post domain. We also are looking to deploy, as I said, services, secure email, secure hosting, and other secure services. So if you're in the sector and you're looking for secure services, please do reach out to us to see how best we can work with you to secure your online transactions and services. As I mentioned, we have a shared services platform via trust.post. That's live today, and you can check it out as you speak right now. We also have a offer for all posts in the Small Island Developing States category, SIDS, or least developed countries. If you scan this QR code right now that you can see on screen, you can provide us with some information, and we may be able to assist you with a funding package to get you up and running in your journey in digital transformation securely. We also have a project called Secure.post, which we are currently rolling out. Today, we are right now live only with our check URL. And that is, if you go to Secure.post today, you'll see a facility where you can test any URL that is suspicious to see if it's been reported for scams or malware within the global cyberspace. And you can also use that same platform to report a suspicious link, potential phishing link, etc. So that's available via that platform today. Coming soon, we'll be rolling out an entire range of services on that platform, learning, testing, and also potentially directing you to our various partners within the Secure.post framework. I will just quickly run and show you who they are. So today we're running with just a short list of these partners who some of the top alliances and institutions within the cybersecurity space globally. In addition to what we do in the Secure.post platform, we also are about to implement something called an ISAC, an information sharing and analysis platform. And that ISAC essentially looks to provide a secure, trusted platform where posts and other stakeholders within the sector can confidentially and securely share information and collaborate to deal with the threat intelligence landscape, as was mentioned earlier by our colleague from Albania. That threat intelligence landscape is evolving on a daily basis, and we encourage all posts and their stakeholders, meaning in the supply chain, vendors, academic institutions, as I said, customs bureaucrats and airlines, etc., to reach out to us to join us in this journey on building a global postal ISAC. I will show you very rapidly a link in which you can reach out to us by completing this information on this form via QR code, and you can express interest in joining us on this journey to implement a postal sector ISAC. I really know time is short, and I apologize for being so rapid, but I'm going to stop here to ensure we have some questions and maybe elaborate as the case may be. So thank you so much for listening to me, and maybe I'll hand back over to Maysam now so she can facilitate any questions or comments either in the room or remotely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tracy, for your presentation. I believe the cyber resilience program is essential for postal organizations to build a resilient infrastructure. So online with me, actually we have 8 minutes left, so I'll take a question from online from Mutu Sami. In the process of digitizing, broadening, and networking post offices and services, is the physical non-tech infrastructure of the post offices and jobs expanded to suit the technological expansion. Also, while postal services become digital, the post office can become a fallback hub in extraordinary situations of disruption in digital infrastructure. Has the design of post-modernization considered these possibilities and needs? Who would you like to answer the question?
That question had two parts. I guess I can go with the first part. And from my understanding, the question was trying to get at whether the digitalization of the post replaces jobs in some way. And I would say not really. Actually, what's happening is the post is now offering more services. But the problem is that the people who work at post offices need to be upskilled, because in the past they might not have been working on so many digital platforms at once, or they might not have been working on any digital platform at all. So they need to be upskilled, not just on how to use the digital technology, which is one thing, but then also on how to use these specific platforms, and then also how to ensure that they're doing it in a secure way. So you need basic digital literacy training, and then you're going to also need digital training on the specific platforms that are used for each type of service, because it might be the case that the e-commerce platform is different from the digital government platform, which is different from the digital financial service platform. So they need to learn how to use all of them. And then on top of that, they need cyber hygiene training to ensure that, you know, they're not opening themselves up for some cyber attacks.
I have.
But just one last thing, we're trying to really position the post as a place where you can access digital services with a human touch, because I think that's the key, and that's the role that the postal sector can play. It's a place where you can get help accessing a digital service. That's the unique value proposition of the post. So it is key. I mean, we need the postal staff. Yeah.
Yeah, just to supplement what Kevin was saying. In fact, in terms of the question, I understood a little bit differently, and I see the questioner did put an additional comment that his implication was that it had the opportunity to create more jobs, right? In addition to upskilling and so on. The other part of his question related to use of the postal infrastructure in as a kind of a disaster fallback situation. It is something that could possibly be taken into account, and that is something that I think the individual countries would have to cater for in their own disaster management plans. So.
Thank you, Nigel and Kevin. I'll take now a question from the audience. Please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your insights. I'm Ahita. I'm representing the Youth IGF, India. So I work in the space of external threat monitoring. And when you talk about logistics and post, that's something that it's an industry that we come across, but not so often. So in terms of catering to a bunch of clientele, right? So my question is that when we are tracking a lot of these threats, that could be your phishing kits, that are impersonating the postal services, or leaked credentials, or you mentioned compromised third-party vendors. These are all external threats. So when the focus, usually what we see in the industry is that the focus is on internal threats, or having solutions that are monitoring all the internal possibilities of vulnerabilities. So I just want to understand how does, and it could be directed to Tracy, because you mentioned post-ISAC, that how is it positioned to shift that balance from bringing more attention to external risks and external threats, especially in regions which have very limited visibility or other resources to focus on external in addition to internal threats that are there in the space?
Thank you very much. Very good question. That's exactly what I think the ISAC is trying to do. So I'm not sure if I was able to convey the message clearly, but it's focused on collaboration between all of the stakeholders in the sector. So the thinking is, I mean, just to give an example, if we are onboarding the post offices, let's say all 992 postal operators, the idea is that we'll also onboard the supply chain, those who serve them, and it could be, and it's a very diverse and extensive supply chain, including right up to the delivery partners, airlines, shipping companies, the whole thing. All of those external entities are essentially risk factors to the entire sector, because they're not only potentially targets by cyber attackers, but as you mentioned, all the software that runs this environment, which can be shared. You're sending messages between parties. So just to share with you, and my colleague from the Post may want to elaborate, when you scan a barcode, that message goes everywhere. So when you're tracking and tracing, it's going through a network, and at every point in that network, there's a potential failure, and there's a potential way of getting that an attack, literally speaking. So the ISAC is designed to identify those stakeholders and bring them together, I won't say for the first time, but certainly in a way that would allow the information to be shared, literally, and for collaboration to begin happening, so that it wouldn't be seen only as an internal risk, but also identifying that the external risks, and that we deal with it from that standpoint. So I hope that will be the first and major time that happens in the sector, to get this done effectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With this, we come to the end of our session. It was short, but I hope it was inspiring and insightful for all of you. I would like to thank my panelists for being with us today. I would like to thank the online participants. And if you would like to continue conversations or discuss further, please visit us at the UPU Secure.Post booth. We will be happy to continue conversations. Thank you once again for your participation, and see you.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Once again, it's on. Let me know when I can turn my camera off.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear anything else except for music in my ear, FYI.
I'm looking for
So hello, we are going to begin the session. For those who are online and those in person, please turn on your headphones on the channel 1 for following us. I hope you can hear well. So it's an honor to join today to reflect on how to close digital divide by universal access and acceptance. This session aims to explore strategies for expanding high-quality internet infrastructure and underserved communities through multi-stakeholder partnerships. It will also address opportunities and challenges of universal acceptance to foster linguistic diversity online, aiming at discussing actionable solutions for regional implementation. So I'm Fabio Seni, I'm General Research Coordinator at CETIC.br, which is a department for NIC.br, and I will be moderating the session. CETIC is a think tank linked to the Brazilian multi-stakeholder internet governance model and represented by NIC.br and CGI.br. And we are also a UNESCO Category 2 center that support Latin American countries and Portuguese-speaking countries in better developing internationally incomparable indicators on the access and use of the internet. And I would like to introduce Ellen Taylor, who is policy analyst from the government of Canada, and will be our virtual moderator. So I would like to remind that this session is hybrid in a hybrid format, and after a short interventions from the panel, we will open the floor for questions and comments from you here in the event or online. So just to begin, I would like to mention that digital divides are increasingly relevant topic today. We can say for sure that it affects directly the citizenship and the way people can participate in economy and in societies. And it also makes vulnerable population less resilient to online risks. So we can say about frauds and misinformation, disinformation. And especially in a moment where there is AI and much of the models on AI are trained use data, digital divide are key to not creating biases. And traditionally, connectivity and digital divide has been discussed under the layer of infrastructure only. So what's the coverage of broadband and how internet connections are offered to individuals and organizations. But however, we know that 2 decades of research in the field, we know that the supply side is necessary also to keep in mind, but is not sufficient. So we need to understand the barriers for digital inclusion that comes from the intersection of different inequalities, territory, gender, ethnicity, language, and others. And we also know that the solution needs to take into consideration the other layers of the internet governance, including the logical layer, the transport layer, and the application layer. So that's why we are engaged in this discussion today. And just to mention that among the most relevant conceptual shifts that we have in this recent period is the idea that we also need to take care of meaningful connectivity, not just basic connectivity, but what is a meaningful connectivity, meaning that what is the quality, the frequency of use, the conditions of use that really enable users to fully benefit from digital technologies. And in Brazil, just to mention briefly one single research that we developed in Brazil, although we know that almost 90% of the population has some connections with the internet and use in a sense, only 22%, according to our estimates, have a meaningful connectivity, which means that we really need to push the discussion forward. So the idea is to discuss really strategies and actionable solutions to this topic. And we will start by listening our speakers and then open the floor to you for the discussion. I will start with Alison O'Byrne, which is a director of the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development of the Government of Canada. So Alison, please, you have the floor for your first intervention. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Fabio. Much appreciated. It's a great pleasure to be here with you all today and to get the opportunity to speak a little bit about a topic that I know has been close to our heart in Canada for a little while, which is universal acceptance. And it's an issue that I think is really fundamental to building a truly inclusive digital future of the kind that you were just speaking about. As we all know, of course, since we're at the IGF, the internet is the backbone of modern life and of our economic growth. But despite the global reach of internet technologies, access and usability are really still not universal. And one of the major barriers that we've seen is the failure of many systems to support all valid domain names and email addresses, especially those that are in non-Latin scripts or newer top-level domains. So this is the issue that universal acceptance really tries to tackle. It's the idea that all domain names and email addresses should work across every internet-enabled application, device, platform, regardless of the language, the script, or the length. I know it sounds like a very simple issue, and in 2025 it maybe should be, but we still have quite a long way to go on universal acceptance. I want to start off by acknowledging that there is incredible work being done by the technical community that has been done and that continues to be done to reduce the technical barriers to access to the internet. But I think what we want to talk a little bit today about is the role that governments have to play in ensuring that the internet remains open, secure, and interoperable, and particularly in leveraging their power at the international level to help ensure the wide-scale adoption of standards like universal acceptance. So what is the government's role in universal acceptance? There are basically two sort of aspects to it. The first is that governments, of course, help set standards for internet technologies. We operate massive IT infrastructures. We've got websites, we've got portals, we've got e-services, and they interact with millions of citizens every day. And ensuring a linguistically diverse and inclusive online environment to ensure that the interests of our citizens are met, governments really have to work together at both the national and the international levels to help promote and advocate for the advancement of technical work like work on UA standards. Second, of course, governments are also conveners and educators and enablers. They can fund awareness campaigns, they can invest in training for IT professionals, they can participate and collaborate with wonderful international partners like the Universal Acceptance Steering Group or ICANN, and these efforts really help to ensure that there is awareness and an understanding among developers, administrators, and decision makers about the importance of UA and how to implement it. We have a long way to go, but I think we're pretty optimistic about it. And I know for Canada, we face particular challenges in being able to implement UA ourselves. We have a huge geographic region with a whole lot of layers of government. We could talk about whether it's too many, but that's for a different panel. And so getting everybody to kind of be on board with consistent technical standards can be a challenge. And of course, like many countries, we have an enormous amount of linguistic diversity. Canada has 2 official languages, English and French, but there are 200 other languages, including 70 more Indigenous languages that are spoken in Canada. ICANN is the lead technical organization on universal acceptance, of course, and is actively doing work in this space, and we are really seeking to engage with them, trying to engage with them consistently to support the work that ICANN is doing to really advance the work around universal acceptance, including the current policy development process on Latin script diacritics, which when I started in my job, I had to have explained to me maybe 4 or 5 times to understand, but is basically the principle that you can have different languages supported in the same way. For example, that one diacritic and non-diacritic version of the same domain can still exist, like in our case for .quebec and .quebec, one of which has an accent and one of which doesn't, and that those can both exist alongside each other. I think we recognize that there's lots more to do in this space, but the multi-stakeholder community is really one that has this kind of adaptability and change and innovation as part of its DNA. And since we're working together towards this common goal, I am confident that we'll be able to make change in this space. Thanks very much, everyone, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Alison. Very insightful introduction and how something that are apparently simple can be very changing in the way people can access to the internet. And now I'll give the floor to Andrew Lewela, the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. Andrew, you have 5 minutes for your first interventions, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start at the very onset by throwing some cold water to the discussion. And I'll do this from a Kenyan perspective, a country at the heart of East Africa in the global south. there can be no UA or trust without a meaningful internet. I'll repeat that. We cannot have universal acceptance and trust without a meaningful internet. This morning, Doreen from the ITU mentioned that we still have 30% of our population globally who are offline. In Kenya, this number is 1.4 million underserved or unserved citizens. Now, in other metrics in Kenya, we have high coverage by the providers. We have high subscription, but very low usage. And why usage is important, because only when our citizens use the internet in a meaningful way can we then move on to domains, emails, and ensuring that that reflects our languages and our diversity. And in Kenya and most of Africa, the local language is Swahili. So how do we bring the elderly, the youth, into this ecosystem? I'll throw a few barriers and potential remedies that we see, that together we can truly bridge the digital divide. At the top of that list actually is still affordability. Affordability of network plans or internet plans, affordability of devices, and the requisite policies that come with that affordability. I think secondly, we still have limited trust by citizens based on what they hear as part of the internet threats. So cybersecurity threats are still up there. And the whole issue of digital trust. Last month alone in Kenya, the regulators mentioned a 7x growth in DDoS attacks. And a lot of those are AI generated now. So citizens are concerned about that. Secondly, I've mentioned the issue of infrastructure and access. But do the regulators and the policymakers, are they doing enough in terms of streamlining policy to assure citizens of affordability and infrastructure? There's more that can be done there. And finally, on some of the barriers we see is technical expertise around governance and emerging technology. I'm happy that some of our regulators were here and legislators. We need to carry them along in terms of enabling environment. Now, in conclusion, where do we go from here to ensure UA and trust, at least from a Kenyan perspective? I wish to propose that this is what a meaningful internet looks like, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a conversation I think that we have to not only capture, but to associate myself with the minister last evening. We have to be bold in terms of the actions we take as a community. One, we not only have to have a reliable access, but it has to be affordable. I think we agree on that. We also have to ensure that there's sufficient speed and quality. I'm not sure how many of us have enjoyed the internet at the event. I have a bit of issues with the quality. And I say that tongue in cheek. We need to also ensure that we carry along our citizens in terms of digital literacy. Because the language of the internet cannot be and should not be only English. How do you make it Zulu? How do you make it Swahili, Norwegian, and so on? And it has to be relevant content and services that citizens can really participate in. Number 6, it has to be safe and secure, especially for our children. At KENIC, child online safety is a cornerstone of how we take the internet to the youth. It has to be. No harassment, no exploitation. These have to be front and center to ensure that the value can be sustainable. And finally, on this big question of enabling environment, it has to be regulatory, issues of data privacy, innovation, freedom of expression, and finally, the rights. The rights offline have to be the rights online. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we see from a Kenyan and East African perspective in terms of potential barriers, but hopefully together we can surmount these challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It was very insightful that you presented in the African perspective, but taking all the main categories from meaningful connectivity that we are considering also in Brazil and other parts of the world, including affordability is a key issue, because it's not sufficient to have the service available or coverage if you don't have real affordability and people can use. Of course, language is another key issue that I think the next invited to the session will take care of this topic. So I'll also call online if Phil Steinhauer Mojeko. Phil, are you connected? Can you hear us?
And thanks for that good pronunciation, eh? That was pretty good.
I've studied a lot to try to do. Sorry if I misspell your name. But Phil is Director and External Affairs at the Indigenous Connectivity Institute. And Phil, you have your 5 minutes for your initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try not to get distracted by seeing my face plastered on the screen here, but I apologize I can't be there with you all in person. Very grateful for the opportunity. I'm wearing my orange shirt in honor of Indigenous Peoples Day, which just happened in Canada on June 21st, on the eve of the summer solstice. And we don't want to be relegated to a singular day or month. But my name is Phil Steinhauer Mojeko. Phil Steinhauer Mojeko Nitsiga son Amisquachiwaskaigan Otsinea Egua Moginstisewigian. I'm a member of Oni Chicxquapoan, or Saddle Lake Cree Nation, in Treaty 6 territory. So my name is Phil Steinhauer Mojeko. I'm from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, in Treaty 6 territory. And I'm Director of Indigenous and External Relations for the Indigenous Connectivity Institute. And we're an organization that seeks to advance digital equity for First Nation, Inuit, Métis, Alaska Native, American Indian, Native Hawaiian people on Turtle Island and the Inuit Nunangat. And I'm really thankful to be here. I'm building literacy and understanding in the area of universal acceptance. And so I really want to thank the Government of Canada and ISED and my colleagues there for inviting us to participate here and to learn. I'm keen to learn and hear actually from the rest of the people on the panel. I think I have a limited slice of what I can provide here in terms of an intervention. So what does digital equity mean for First Nation, Inuit, and Métis in a Canadian context? And I think a big part of it, I'll lead off with this, given it was just Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada. And we're in an intergovernmental, or we're an international UN. I think familiarizing with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And we're starting there as a kind of a framework and talking about free, prior, and informed consent for Native people, not just in Turtle Island, but across the world. And that means that there is robust engagement and recognition and acknowledging that Native people are inherent right holders. We're not just stakeholders in this matter, and we need to be not just consulted with. There's a duty to consult from the governments, but there needs to be understanding that we are inherent right holders here, and we have existed on this land forever, and we will continue to. But our organization, the Indigenous Connectivity Institute, really seeks to enhance digital equity by promoting Indigenous owned and operated networks. And that means that Indigenous nations must be kind of at the center of infrastructure decisions in Canada, the United States, with governments in the global north, colonial governments in the global north. and we need to have policies that kind of really work in lockstep with some of the priorities and initiatives that the great array and diversity of nations in Canada have. And that's challenging, but that means a lot of kind of bilateral intergovernmental meetings and a lot of time and effort into relationship building. I really like that idea of meaningful connectivity. And this is something that I would like to revisit. And what does that mean? Speaking for myself from a Nehiawak or a Plains Cree and a First Nation perspective, what does meaningful connectivity mean for our people who are overwhelmingly in rural and remote areas, who still have a lack of access to internet connectivity, let alone broadband? And it's still prohibitively expensive. And the maps that some of the governments use, although not all, are still kind of lacking a quality data in terms of served or unserved areas. So there's also needing to consider fixing of structural and kind of regulatory barriers. And that's particularly with respect to spectrum access, given that many of our communities are in rural and remote areas. And the Indigenous Connectivity Institute, we've really been promoting this idea around access and rights to spectrum. 1 minute left. And we need to ensure that there is ongoing sustainable funding for Indigenous projects in Canada, the US, New Zealand, everywhere. And I think competitive funding models kind of leave communities behind sometimes. And so credit to the government of Canada, who has been working, I think, diligently and upping their relational approach, working with Indigenous communities in Canada, recently opening the Indigenous priority window for spectrum access and perhaps potentially having some set-asides for quality bands of spectrum. And lastly, I will say is respecting Indigenous data sovereignty. And that's not just on the mapping model, but that's in terms of digital data and digital data flows through the cables and the airwaves that kind of constitute the internet. And so thinking about Indigenous data sovereignty with respect to online presence is a key thing. And others have mentioned on it, safety, security, and honoring and respecting cultural traditions online. So I'm going to leave it at that. And I really appreciate the time. It's an honor to be here. And thanks to everyone for having us. And I'll pass it on to the next guest. Hi, Exe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. I think you brought very interesting points to the discussion, especially one that is very keen to my work, that is having statistics and measurements on what's happening is key, because otherwise you cannot do policy without knowing where are the gaps, and this for indigenous population is key. So I'll now pass the floor to another online participant, which is Kazar Rumcha, the co-founder of the Urdu AI. Kazar, please, I hope you can hear us well, and you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here on this screen. It's wonderful to see a lot of exciting people here. Assalamu alaikum, good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are watching from. I'm Kesar Runja. I'm the co-founder of Urdu AI, and I come from a place where the internet doesn't just buffer slowly. It often disappears when it is needed the most. I come from rural Pakistan, where the digital divide is layered with geography, gender, and sometimes governance failures. The digital divide is not just about fiber optics or smartphone penetration. It's about who is included, who is heard, and who is invisible. A rural girl without access to internet or AI tools is not just offline, she's being locked out of a future. A woman in conservative villages without digital literacy isn't just excluded, she's denied from economic freedom. And when the internet is turned off without digital during the digital turmoil, as it often in my country, entire communities lose connection to opportunity and hope. This is the digital divide I believe we must talk about. At Urdu AI, we bring artificial intelligence down to earth, translated into Urdu, simplified for all, like for everyone without their educational experience background, and simplifying it a very, very down to earth level, a very low level, so everyone can understand. And that has been a very successful practice so far. For now, we have reached our 32 million people every month with our numbers that we see on our platforms, rural youth, housewives, micro entrepreneurs, young people in small towns who now see AI not as as it typically was, as a threat or but as a personal tool. At Wang Lab of Innovation, which we built with the support of Internet Society, is Pakistan's first rural innovation lab. We train women artisans to digitize their work using tools that we have trained on them. Their women, their younger girls, we have provided them digital tools. So women come to stitch local traditional products, and their girls who we are training on AI and digital marketing help them to sell the product into online world. So kind of creating a mother and daughter due to create a sustainable impact. I think with what we do at a very small level, this is what we see as a universal acceptance look like. It's not just whether the tech exists, but whether it welcomes everyone and how we are incorporating voices into that. But how do we build trust in this digital promise when in my country, for example, and many others I know, when the internet is switched off during every crisis, how do we tell young people in rural areas, especially girls, the technology is their future when government shut down access every time they fear dissent? Digital access is a right, not a privilege, and when it is denied, especially to these already marginalized, it deepens the divide. It tells young people, rural communities, and women, you don't matter in the digital age. I think trust is foundation of digital development, and it shut downs, it breaks the trust. Uh, we believe here's what we must commit to do: digitalizing localization, technology in our own language, shaped by our realities. We see AI is transforming a lot of things, but we don't see much of the content coming in other languages, as one of our fellow speaker was talking about. How do we ensure that it doesn't just change the lives of many in urban settings or big developed countries, but how do we make sure the most marginalized one are benefiting from AI, especially when language is the biggest barrier? I think we need to focus on rural-centric innovation. Let villages become hubs of digital creativity, not just a recipient. We see the transformation is going to a lot of places, and I think ensuring that gender focus, inclusion, putting women and girls at the center of the digital policy and programming could change that. And internet infrastructure, as I said, protected from political shutdowns, accessible to all, especially during crisis. We must change that, and we must enable that. I believe digital equity isn't charity, it's power waiting to be unlocked. When a young person in Pakistan speaks to the newly emerged AI tools in their own dialect, in their own language, we don't just close the divide, we build a new world of opportunities. I have been training hundreds of people through Urdu AI, and I see when people understand something that they could utilize. So it's clearing out the a huge barrier for people who did not have access to Ivy League universities or very high quality schools. But AI as shape of highly intelligent model, a tool in their pocket, could educate them on a lot of tools that they never thought they could learn. So I think there's an opportunity, and I believe we let the govern let us govern the internet as a shared language of empowerment, not as a tool of control, spoken in every dialect, protected in every storm, and felt in every village and community across the world by every woman and child and young person and every person who's from marginalized community. That's my opening remarks for the session. I'm very excited to continue the conversation.
Thank you very much, Kazar. It was a very insightful introduction, and I think you brought AI to the discussion. I think this is something that we might want to comment later. But now, last but not least, I'll pass the floor to Sabrina Wilkinson from the Internet, which is Internet Governance Manager from the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. Sabrina, please, you have the floor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you here today, both virtually as well as in person. And it's been really terrific to hear a little bit more about how digital divides manifest across regions and of course have real and tangible impacts on how people live their lives. Today I'm going to be zooming in a little bit to talk about one particular initiative that CIRA has been working on for the last little while that's looking to tackle one very local digital divide in Ottawa, Canada, where many of us at CIRA are working and living. So at CIRA, of course, we're best known for managing the .ca domain, but our mission extends far beyond that. As a non-for-profit, we invest a portion of our revenue each year to help build a safer, more accessible, and more trusted internet for all Canadians. A big part of that is our grants program. Launched in 2014, our Net Good Grants program provides funds annually to support projects that improve digital infrastructure, promote online safety, and advance internet policy. While much of our funding on the infrastructure side has and continues to focus on rural and remote regions, we've also recognized the rising need for investment in urban digital equity. In Canadian cities, the challenge is often less about infrastructure and more about affordability, access to devices, and digital literacy. These barriers can be especially acute for low-income households, even when broadband is technically available. So to mark the 10th anniversary of this program, we launched a new urban-focused initiative in Ottawa called Communify. This 2-year pilot project involved a partnership between CIRA as well as several local organizations, National Capital Freenet, which is a community internet service provider, Ottawa Community Housing, as well as Hydro Ottawa. So together we've created a free community Wi-Fi network serving neighborhoods in Ottawa with some of the highest levels of social inequity. The first phase of this project launched in December 2023, and it brought fixed wireless access to 2 community housing buildings in the city. In just 6 months, about 2,000 unique devices connected to the network, underscoring the need for this type of work for low barrier, no cost connectivity. But Communify, it's, as we've learned or heard about, of course, today, it's about a lot more than bandwidth. With this network in place, we are seeing a real impact or change in the ways in which residents of these 2 buildings live their lives. Folks are gathering in shared spaces where the Wi-Fi is available to, stream videos, connect with friends, colleagues, access health services, e-education, tax clinics, all of the things that, of course, are readily available via an internet connection. For people with mobility or income constraints, that access, and more broadly, but that access, of course, makes a meaningful difference in day-to-day life. CIRA also contributes its firewall technology to this network, which helps protect users from phishing, malware, and other threats as well, which adds a vital layer of trust and safety, particularly for vulnerable populations. Our goal here is to demonstrate a replicable model or pilot, one that can be scaled across the city or adapted by other communities across Canada or maybe beyond. Communify embodies what this program was built to do, to support promising community-led ideas with potential for real measurable impact. recognizing, of course, this is one small example of the, that against all of what we talked about today is there's much more work to be done, but we hope that there are some learnings that can be had both in Canada and elsewhere. And of course, this project illustrates how digital divides are not just about infrastructure gaps. As Andrew and others have noted, they're also about affordability, trust, access to devices, and the ability to meaningfully connect and use the internet in daily life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, for your insightful thoughts. I think from the panel we see that the issue is multidimensional. So we do have, of course, we still need to think about infrastructure when it comes to remote areas and Phil mentioned spectrum and some issues that we still can discuss. But it's insufficient to solve the problem. So we have multiple layers of areas that we can make solutions happen. So we have time now for discussions and questions. I'll check first with Ellen if there's someone online having any comment or question. Please, Ellen.
Thanks very much, Flavio, and thank you to our lovely panelists. Just to note, there's been a great discussion online with some reactions and reflections to panelists' comments as they've come in, particularly concerning really community-driven initiatives for universal acceptance and the multi-stakeholder collaboration that's needed, particularly with governments needing to make it a priority as civil society is really championing these initiatives with the technical community. So there is a question here in the chat, and it came up during Andrew during your remarks, but I think it could be if anyone on the panel would like to reflect on it. So the question is from Emmanuel O'Rourke, a DCAD fellow. Is there a possibility of developing a framework that offers a special internet package policy for all network operators and ISPs to adopt and implement to ensure persons with different abilities have access to the internet to close the digital divide in the global south? So that is the question there, and I'll hand it back to the panel for any reactions and thoughts.
Thank you, Ellen. I don't know if someone from the audience in person want to add some other question or comment. If not, I'll pass the floor to the panelists. I don't know, Andrew, if you want to start because it's what's directed to you, but any other panelists can also comment on the issue.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for the question. So I'll give the framework that Kenya uses just for consideration. So it's very hard for profit-driven entities like ISPs, telcos, to buy into this kind of framework. Unfortunately, they have different set of shareholders. But we see a role a regulator can play. So for example, in Kenya, the Communications Authority that regulates our space, using the Universal Service Fund, some of the profits from the ISPs are used by the government to bridge this gap for the underserved or unserved areas. So this is one framework that I believe, Emmanuel, could work in your jurisdiction. So where it is not profitable for ISPs to reach, for example, the government will then use some of this money, procure from competitive providers, including community networks, for example, so the smaller guys, to take this infrastructure and to keep the product price competitive or at least useful in terms of allowing usage. So this will be one framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's check if our colleagues online want to comment on something on this. Raise your hand if you, Phil and Kazar. I think Phil is up to comment on that. Please, Phil, you have the floor.
I don't know if this answers the question. However, having some experience working in the United States with their Digital Equity Act, pardon me to take it away from the Canadian context, but there are a lot of shared kind of experiences and it's relevant on both sides of the border. Similar things are happening. But with the Digital Equity Act, there has been increased funding for, and I believe Canada may be doing similar things coming down the pipe for digital navigation, which I think here at the IGF is probably very familiar with some people here. But from what I have seen working in community in Canada and the US, identifying and funding, well, basically identifying those connectivity champions and people who are, you could say, digitally literate or technically versed, at least at a kind of a level 1 or a level 2 kind of capability of troubleshooting using devices, computers, and accessing or using the internet. But I've seen firsthand in community how these digital navigators can be really excellent guides, as they are navigators who can help multi-generational citizens of a nation actually learn how to send or receive an email or set up an email address or how to connect to Wi-Fi or the differences between cellular and Wi-Fi and these sorts of things, but even more base in terms of how to using a browser and getting online. So there's an aspect of internet adoption, and you have a connection formed to the internet through a human, a trusted person. This has been an ongoing theme of trust. And so governments working with communities to kind of identify people, individuals who can be your trusted kind of technology and digital stewards and guides in community as a bridge to online inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Phil. I don't know if Alison and Sabrina want to comment, please.
Sure, just
Yes?
maybe super quickly to respond. Thanks, Phil. Very helpful illustrative example. I know in the Government of Canada there's been some work and some efforts in the general direction of sort of digital literacy and ensuring digital skills development, and it's a multi-layered approach, both from the perspective of having, the federal government with responsibility for skills development, and likewise provincial governments with responsibilities for education, and so working together as two different layers of government and other layers of government as well to ensure that there are programs in place. From the federal perspective particularly, again, there's multiple layers to it as you have digital skills development to try and kind of advance, business adoption of emerging technologies versus skills development of, as you say, trying to teach people how to use a browser so that they can get online. And all of those things have to be captured within the programs. So lots of different programs that are underway in Canada in that regard. Likewise, in the federal government level, I think a huge commitment to ensuring that our own IT meets international standards for accessibility so that the content that we provide as the Government of Canada is accessible, is available to everyone in a consistent way and can be accessed by folks with different abilities. But the idea of having kind of digital champions or digital navigators is one that's new to me. So I kind of love this. I'm going to bring this back from IGF and start talking to people about it in our department. I think that's a really clever way to get the community involved.
Thank you, Alison. I think there's someone from the floor. Please go ahead.
Sure. Edmund Chung here from .Asia. For those of you who know me, this is a topic that I'm very passionate about, especially have been working on internationalized domain names and universal access and acceptance for a very long time. I really like the way that it's framed, that it is not just about the technicalities of universal acceptance, but also about digital inclusion. It's also about meaningful access and multilingual internet, because I think that is the right way to really frame this issue, because it's not only technical. I'm also really excited to hear from Andrew and Phil that touched on one thing that I think is very important, and I call it, well, not me that call it, but I include this as part of universal acceptance, which is language justice. It is a matter of language justice to make sure that systems support the different native languages that people speak in order for the access to be meaningful. And I think this is one of the things that is important is we need to move away from an English-first approach to developing systems and infrastructure. And when we deploy infrastructure into places where there isn't the internet, then we need to go with an UA by design approach so that it's not an English first approach. So, but I did have one particular, I guess, a question for especially for Alison and maybe for Sabrina as well. We know that the challenges are difficult, and we know that this issue of universal acceptance is a little bit of a long tail issue as well. Does the Government of Canada have a roadmap to become fully, for your systems? You mentioned many systems, I understand. Do you have a roadmap to make all the government systems universal acceptance ready? And also, I guess, are the procurements, contracts and tenders and those kind of things, have they started to include universal acceptance requirements, even not immediate requirements, but at least the providers or the system integrators that provide services to the Government of Canada have to have a roadmap in place for UA readiness? And sort of the same question to CIRA and .ca.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable question. I want so badly to say, yes, of course we have a roadmap, and I will now tell you it's 12 points, but I can't do that. Like many other governments, we're still in the very early phases of trying to figure out how to integrate UA by design into the processes that we have. I will say something very glib as a white lady up here, but I have an apostrophe in my name, and the number of government and non-government systems that just absolutely freak out when I have an apostrophe in my name. And then I give thought to my Francophone colleagues who have accents in their name, Indigenous colleagues who have different kinds of letters in their names. The extent of the work that needs to be done is huge. And I think the focus that we have on the Canadian side currently is working with the international community to establish the kind of standards and to establish the roadmaps and enabling factors that will then allow us at the domestic level to implement. I think that's really where at least my team's focus is for the time being. But you're right that as we've I think made leaps and bounds in the last little while in making Government of Canada content particularly compliant with international standards related to accessibility. UA is kind of the next frontier of that, of making sure that then not only are you able to access it from a screen reader, but also that you're able to access it in the language of your preference and even in the script of your preference. So yeah, not a roadmap yet, but I promise we'll continue to work on it.
Thank you, Alice. Sabrina, do you want to comment?
Thanks, Edmund. Maybe not a roadmap specifically per se, but CIRA, of course, offers domains for 10 years, CIRA has offered domains to French language speakers as well. Recognize that, of course, in Canada, there are many, many other languages spoken too. At this stage, we're a part of the dialogue within the CCNSO community. So we recently joined the Universal Acceptance Committee, where we're glad to engage with our colleagues on this issue and stay abreast and of monitor developments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. I don't know if anyone from the floor wants to make any other comments or any online. Yes, Ellen, please.
Thanks very much. There's actually lots of chatter online. There are 3 questions. So I might just combine and ask 2 now, and hopefully we'll have time to get to the 3rd, but also give the opportunity to those on the floor. So I think the first question is a great one, and it could be answered by anyone on the panel. As this person is asking, has the issue of acceptance been addressed? What is the meaning of it in the view of the panelists? So in terms of the definition of universal acceptance, particularly that acceptance part. And then the second question, so this question, fundamentally, it is coders and developers who underpin implementation of UA, UTF-8, and all linguistic technologies. There is not enough effort being carried out to involve these stakeholders. How to advance this question, being the involvement of stakeholders and also offering warm regards to all UA friends on the floor and remotely. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Since we are our time is ending, I'll suggest that we do a round with all speakers so that you can react on the questions and probably just do your final final remarks. Can we start maybe in the same order? Alison, if you want to.
Always happy to. That sounds good. I'll maybe focus on the first part of the question related to the kind of definition of acceptance, with the caveat that I'm a year into my job of learning about the internet alone. So universal acceptance is maybe I'm not the expert in it, but I'm happy to speak a little bit about my sort of understanding of it and how it's arisen in our team's work. I think one of the frameworks in which I think about, especially the title of our panel today of universal acceptance and universal accessibility, is in the kind of supply side versus demand side, which is to say that universal acceptance is really focused on the supply side. How do we ensure that different languages and that different scripts, different diacritics are able to be accepted by the technical systems as people wish to use them? And then there's a universal access or a universal accessibility perspective that is more on the demand side, which is how do we ensure that folks from a host of different communities and from a host of different regions have the skills and the capacity and the interest and the affordable means to be able to engage with digital systems. I think when we're talking about, having the technical means to be able to accept different types of scripts, if we are talking about communities then that don't have affordable access to broadband, it's not super helpful for them to know that if they have an email address with a non-English diacritic that it'll be accepted. That's not maybe the most pressing issue for them at that point. So I think that there's two kinds of sides to it, and the acceptance piece is really on that supply side, but the accessibility piece is critical as well.
Thank you, Alice. So Andrew, if you can, a 1 minute comment so that we can close.
So I want to associate myself fully on that question with Alison's view, so that I don't have to get into the technicalities based on the maturity model that Canada has been through. My parting shot, I'll go to my opening hypothesis. And I'll read it again. There can be no UA and digital rights without a meaningful internet. However, I want to end with some positivity and pragmatism. Based on all the opening comments we had this morning, we have made progress, ladies and gentlemen. A lot remains to be done. We have to stay vigilant to ensure we leave no one behind. As long as we stay collaborative and keep this multi-stakeholder model bottom up, we shall prevail. Why do I say this? While my parents who were alive used the very old telephone, you had one piece here and one piece here, I can now send my mom a WhatsApp. This is progress. And they are very elderly. It can only get better. I thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Phil, if your 1 minute comment, Phil, can you take the floor?
Bottom up is right. And we're thinking about truly grassroots influences and input into the design and architecture of these systems that underpin the internet. And so in terms of UA, I have a little note I wanted to make here, was just that, like, UA can be, or universal acceptance, it can be a tool and one piece of the puzzle in protecting, promoting, revitalizing, or reclaiming indigenous languages, many of which are endangered, not just in Canada, but all over. And so if you're thinking about universal acceptance, you can even go beyond that and talk about keyboards, spell checkers, and voice assistants. And many indigenous languages promote oral tradition and still do so. And how can we think about that in having and ensuring that our voices can be used to navigate the internet and use and apply digital technology? And there was a question in the chat about the coders who kind of build this stuff. and I attended a meeting not too long ago with like a year ago, with computer scientists who were talking about digital inclusion with First Nations in Canada. And there was this, it's like, you guys are the builders of the internet and the architects of the internet. And it's almost like, is there a Hippocratic oath in place to ensure that you're building tools that really reflect and embody the values of these different heterogeneous genius communities across the world over, not just Native people, but all of us. So if we want this to be a really kind of diverse and multicultural, so to speak, tool, then we really need to work hard to make sure that we're all included in making it and making it a bottom-up tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. Kazar, over to you.
Yeah, I won't take much of your time. I believe universal acceptance or access is not just with the technical or infrastructural promises, but how do we ensure that the language is not a barrier, gender inequalities are not there, and governance failures do not stop people from accessing internet. So ensuring that it's equal and accessible for everyone in their own language. I think AI is a wonderful opportunity if we see from that perspective that could solve a lot of problems that otherwise would have taken us years to get. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And Sabrina, over to you.
Sure. I think I'll just refer to a term that you used at the beginning, Fabio, which is meaningful connectivity. So I think just to tie it back, those are something that resonates. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it was a very insightful discussion, and it's interesting to see that by your contributions that I started talking about the different layers that sometimes we discuss in the internet governance, but then Alison bring the thing of supply and demand, so you can think now the complexity. And of course, there are technical issues, there are social demographic issues. We talk about gender, we talk about ethnicity, age. Age is a key topic for elderly versus children, so how to deal with that. Of course, the economic barriers in being from the global south is very relevant to talk about affordability, and I think it's a key discussion especially when we are trying to connect the most vulnerable part of the population now, which is now still disconnected. Is, for instance, the debate that we face, for instance, in the poverty discussion. So should we provide a minimum connectivity or minimal types of device so that people can connect? So this is a discussion that society will need to face. Of course, digital literacy was also mentioned. This is key. It's impossible to talk just about devices and connectivity without this dimension of digital literacy. And I would change by, finally, I think lots of people mention trust and safety. So this is another key issue, and especially when it comes to now with AI and datafication of several aspects of our lives, how trust can be built in this environment is another thing that I think is key for us. So I hope this is useful for you in the audience, online and here, and thank you very much for being here with us today. Thank you.